for the political party in power, but for another political party that might take over government. This development plan we are talking about, it is a national development plan from which we are supposed to have subnational and state development plans extracted from it. Now, if Lee Kuan Yew spoke about education, because he understood how the core of education, what the core of education is to the development of a country, infrastructural development and the cultivation of skilled persons in the country. So if we have those three basic plans, then the blueprint and the direction of work for a country to take, if he already has that in place, and he himself embodying the leadership that will steer the ship to the direction that it is supposed to go, I think he's achieved that. But you know what? Under a democracy, how can we achieve that? Not just under a democracy, under a country where we are multilingual, multi-religious, almost everything, to the extent that the politics in the nation itself. In fact, some lawyers and some politicians said it's not that Nigerians don't have laws, it's not that we don't have good laws. Look at the way the constitution is. As much as we are clamoring for the change of a constitution, if we just follow the dictates to the latter of what we have in the current constitution, in fact, we will be heading somewhere very, very meaningful. When we gained independence for Lee Kuan Yew's country, for Singapore, about is it about $600 or $500 for GDP per capita? To 2024 also, they have like $64,000. For Nigeria, where are we? Far below that. Yeah, far below that. So the thing is, when we have that direction of a national development plan, this is where we are going, irrespective of the political party, wherever you're coming from, who you are, then it must be seen as a constitutional aberration if these plans are not followed by any government. And it's just not going to be an aberration that will call for impeachment of that. But it must be something that be, enforced by the Senate, irrespective of your political party.
All right, the question I asked earlier, you, I think you were more passionate about talking about the leadership style or the things that he achieved, Lee Kuan Yew achieved. Now, I was talking about how are leaders made. Is it by accident? Do you become a political leader because the opportunity came for you to run for office, and then maybe you picked the form, before you knew it, you campaigned, and you became an elected leader? Or, somebody just felt, I think you can do this. You have good oratory skill. You'll be a good leader. But the person who's actually leading is different. You're more like a figurehead. Now, I like how intentional Lee Kuan Yew is about his life and how he became Singapore's leader. He brought that intentionality into play. We saw how he moved. Now, from study economics, maybe he felt, this is not all I need. I need to also equip myself to be a legal practitioner or become knowledgeable in the law. He went through that. And then when he became Singapore's leader, he was intentional about what he wanted to do, how he wanted to transform Singapore. So, education, he focused on education. He focused on the skilled workforce. He focused on maintaining a civil service where there is high income. Now, when we talk about not having a corrupt civil service, on the other side of the conversation, we tend to forget that a hungry man will become an angry man. And when someone cannot meet their basic needs, it is very easy, they're more susceptible to giving to corruption. But when a man is well fed, he has the basic needs of life, chances are, before you'll be able to persuade him to go against his values, it's going to be really hard. But when he has to compete for his life, compete for his basic need, he would trade values very easily. So that he had to ensure that while we're talking about people being patriotic, people having this anti-corruption value, we must also make sure that it is not a difficult task for them to meet their daily and basic needs. That's on one hand. Exactly. And then we also saw in the economic life how he focused on export-oriented industries because they had to grow the economy, how they were supported to ensure that Singapore's economy grows. And he's someone who has strong Asian values. He did a lot to protect that. Now, when he was criticized for not allowing free press, well, he talked about and there was the argument that he was trying to protect certain influence, and people called him a dictator. And he said, well, if it means that he's the nanny of Singapore and is nannying Singapore into becoming an economy that is good, and he's proud of it. Well, but the fact remains here that we talk a lot in this country. And that's why we'll talk about policies. We're not short of it. We've never been short of policies. But are those policies practicable? Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew was a very pragmatic leader. For you to even know what works, sometimes you must have walked the road. Sometimes you must have done a lot of studying or a lot of assessment, research to know what policies work. When leaders come into office, either by accident or having been mentored with the wrong values, they will bring that on. You were talking about competence, Doc, earlier, and you asked who defines competence. It is true, that's a great question to ask, because the Godfather could have trained competence to be you're able to walk around the system, embezzle money without anybody tracing, and then you just sprinkle a little with certain projects. That may be competence. But for another person, competence could be you are meeting the state in this particular condition or in this particular level. Are you able to transform in the other aspect? Now, coming to the foundations that he built, education, a skilled workforce, having infrastructure development. It was intentional. There was a plan, and that's why he could have He could stay for a long time as a prime minister. In Nigeria, we don't have continuity. It is only in Lagos State that we have what is close to continuity, even though there are some aspects that we don't even find continuity. If we talk about the city becoming a clean city, there was a particular governor that was chasing after that and was making efforts to ensure that Lagos moves away from what people know it as that city that is dirty to one that is clean. It was hard for you at that time as a resident or even as a visitor. If when you're coming to Lagos and those things will tell you, don't dump refuse on the road. Don't drink pure water and dump the sachet. You will be caught. You will be arrested. But we see that that era has long passed. We're now in an era where you could even be in your house and you don't even sign up to any waste manager. You take your refuse and you dump on the road. So there is no continuity in that aspect. And that's why we see that in everything we do. It's more like the agenda of the governor, the agenda of the local government chairman, the agenda of the president. And so we hear 5-point agenda, 7-point agenda, Renew Hope agenda, this agenda. It is more personal. And after the tenure of that particular political leader expires, it is done. If they were able to complete certain agenda or they were able to actualize it, then it's fine. They were not. The other person comes and starts afresh, wasting resources, wasting a lot. And then we go back to square one. So there's a lot to learn. I like that it's even people who had been in government that are talking about this. And they were talking about this where you had intellectuals, Lagos Business School. But do we have a place where leaders are also trained? Are we taking steps to ensure that we are not just people who talk, but we are pragmatic in everything we do, down to the basics in our educational educational system? The primary school, what are people taught? What kind of education are we having? How do we have a skilled workforce? Is it left to an individual to determine how much of skill they want to have, how much of skill upgrade they can afford? These are the questions we should be asking ourselves and talking about.
Yeah, but look at it. It's to look at just to take some excerpts from Lee Kuan Yew's work. This is what he said. Never had I expected that in 1965, at 42, I would be in charge of an independent Singapore, responsible for the lives of 2 million people. From 1959, when I was 35, I was Prime Minister of a self-governing state of Singapore. We joined the Federation of Malaysia in September 1963. There were fundamental disagreements over policies between Singapore and the federal government of Malaysia. All of a sudden, on 9th August 1965, we were out on our own as an independent nation. We had been asked to leave Malaysia and go on our own way with no signposts of our next destination. He further said, we faced tremendous odds with improbable chance of survival. Singapore was not a natural country, but man-made, a trading post. The British had developed into a model point in the world maritime empire. We inherited the island without its hinterland, a heart without a body. Foreign press comments immediately after independence, all predicting doom, added to my gloom. Now, that was the state Singapore was. No hope. And the man says, well, we have to make a choice whether to live or not to live. So it was not time for complaint. It was time for action. And so he came into government with this mindset that it's either we swim or we sink. And eventually, they had been able to swim and not sinking. So this is what I'm saying. We look at our environment today, but what do we see? There were voices. He formed a new party, the People Action Party, the PAP, which is still governing Singapore today, was formed from the scratch with his 8th friend from Oxford. And he drove the process. The wife was a lawyer, though a lawyer, never had any government case to litigate. And so he built a political party from the scratch, having not been in, and he won that election. And having won the election, he swung into action. Take people who he feels that also know something. And look at this economic minister. Put the policies on the ground. And they were deliberate in talent hunting everywhere around the globe. So they were intentional. Politics was not at the heart. Building a system that works was what was it. But here we are. That we self-destroy ourselves, and then we go around and we're also talking about how we can emulate Singapore. How do you make an omelette without breaking an egg?
So what's the egg to break here as we wrap up on this?
All right.
Now the egg is a process. How did Singapore was able to do these 4 key things that you have mentioned was that there was a man who was strong enough to whip everybody into order.
Okay. So
but this man that was strong to whip people into line when they fell out of line or when they moved out of line. So he was an authoritarian, and here we have democracy. And in a real democracy, you will find checks, you will find opposition, you will find members of parliament or the legislature sometimes opposing certain bills, and that may not give a free hand to the person who's at or give a free hand to the executive. If we look at it, what he's been able to do, and if we also look at China's system of government, these are not democratic systems of government. Does it suggest that perhaps democracy may not be the ideal system of government for Nigeria? Or is it a thing that is not about the system of government, it's about those who pilot the affairs of government?
Yeah, but in Singapore, there was a democratic accountability. It was not as if it was all authoritarianism, because every 5 years they go back to the people to say, well, we want to be re-elected. And there were rigorous campaigns from both the opposition and the ruling government. And the government came to tell you that, look, this is what we have done. This is where we want to take Singapore to. We have given you low-cost housing. We have given you social services. So our social compact with you, we have not defaulted. And so the people keep voting them. As long as they can see that the work that is being done is on the ground. So that democratic accountability was there. But you see, the understanding, I was speaking with a friend yesterday for about 2 hours, and we're talking about our own factor. You see, the cultural imperative of our poverty is a problem. Where one person becomes a leader, for example, even in a subunit, and that person amasses all the apparatus of government to itself. You just look at it, we are running a wasteful kind of government. One man is going just for a church service, and you have about 15, 20, 40 cars following him to the mosque to just go and pray. That was not in Singapore. That was not there. So the cultural imperative of a people matters a lot. And I think that's where we need, so that we're not just speaking about selective morality, that for us, what is wrong will be wrong, what is right will be right. That's the point I'm making.
Okay, so earlier on you asked the leadership, how Lee Kuan Yew kind of leadership was birthed. So when I was in the university, there's this specific course that is called Souq 101, like sociology 101. It's an elective course. And they were teaching us about leaders and how leaders emerge. And the way I think Mr. Lee Kuan Yew emerged was through the process where society birthed him. Society birthed him in the sense that, okay, he came forth as a human being. He looked around his environment. You know, you relocated to a specific area and you look at the terrain of the environment. You saw that this place is dirty. There is no waste management system. So people just go start dumping trash in the middle of the road. And you took it upon yourself to either build a company or organize a system where there's a central waste management system, and you start making announcements in that specific environment to the extent that you were able to give an orientation to the people, and they stopped dumping refuse in the middle of the road. And they started following your advice and start utilizing the systems that you have actually put in place to start managing the waste in that specific environment. So society threw up leaders. That was how society threw up the leadership or the leader in Lee Kuan Yew, because he saw how dire the situation is. And he's not someone from the grassroots. He was an elite. He schooled in, you mentioned Harvard. He schooled outside Oxford. He schooled outside of the country. He has gone to see how things are run, the economy is run in such places. He had gone to see the laws that have been put in place to govern and to regulate leaders in specific position, how it's required for them. Of course, he has equally gone to see the freedom and the liberty of the citizens of those countries and how they are able to hold to account their leaders by way of election. So he knows that he had already, society has threw him up in the sense that he's already at the fore of the battle, and he had made it. He wrote out those plans. He went back to go and make sure he implemented this. If we look at it comparative-wise, our leaders see these things. Currently, as we speak now in this country, they travel out of this country, they live in a nation, they spend time in nations where electricity doesn't go off. Have they been able to replicate same system here in Nigeria? The answer is no. Since time immemorial, some of them who are in government now, they've been in government from their late 20s or their early 30s, and they've been going shuffling in and out of this country. They've seen an efficient railway system in other countries. They've seen an efficient blue economy, shipping companies or shipping system, maritime sector in other countries. They've seen an effective education system in other countries, and how the society rely in that specific education system that has been able to align both the town and the gown system of education. They've seen it. The thing is, do they have the political will, either as the chief executive of a state, or as a local government chairman, or as a member of the House of Representatives, or the Senate, or the House of Assembly? You've seen this system. Some of them have homes there where they live. They've seen this system. What made it? Leaders like themselves, with red blood flowing in their vein, with 2 ears and 1 head, who attended universities, who went to school and saw all these systems in place and built this system and subjected themselves to the laws of the land to make sure they execute this system to bring about efficiency, development, and economic growth in their climes. And they live here. They will not use the hospitals. Their children will not school in the education systems in this country. They will take them abroad. There is a fundamental problem with this sort of leadership we have in Nigeria and in Africa. That was why most of the time I had said that, look, until we made laws in our country whereby the president, the governor, as long as you are in opposition in government, or you are a member, you work in the civil service of the federal, state, or local government, when you are in position of government, your child cannot school in private school. They must school in public school. You are bound by law to use public facilities. You must use the general hospitals, the state teaching hospitals. You are going to use the university teaching hospitals. In this country, you are not going to use a private hospital or out of this country. But what? When they suggested it in the House of Assembly, what did they say? No, you are infringing on our right to use facilities.
All right, let's
wrap up with this. Okay, you were saying that there's a fundamental problem. I agree with you, there's a fundamental problem. And this is what I think the fundamental issue is, because given the comparison between Lee Kuan Yew and African leaders or Nigerian leaders in this specific case. So Lee Kuan Yew is a man that was privileged. So he was able to travel out of the country, see what happens elsewhere, get foreign education, came back home and implemented what he had said, and he got good results. Our leaders here travel abroad. In fact, some of them stay more abroad than they even stay in the country. They go for medical tourism. They are very good with educational tourism because their children school abroad and all of that. So why is it that with all that they've seen, how societies work, and they cannot make the one they come from work? I'll tell you. So Lee Kuan Yew was an advocate of Asian values. And what does Asian value believe in? Let's check it out. So Asian value believes in collectivism rather than individualism. What is for the collective good of all of us? They believe in family. They believe in work ethics. They believe in a lot of good things. They believe in unity, respect, and authority. Let's even look at collectivism for the collective good of us all. So if I've seen something somewhere that will benefit us all, well, that means that if I believe in Asian value as an Asian, I come back to replicate that in my country for the collective good of all of us. We find the reverse or the opposite here. It is individualism. So I see something that is good elsewhere. I don't want you, Priya, to benefit from it. I don't want Dr. Dausa Osamase to benefit from it. That is why I can have the money, the resources, and the influence to bring about, to build good roads all around my community. But no, I would rather build the one that leads to my house and stop there. It is for my own good, not for the collective good. I know that if I build or I am able to empower youth, they will have access to economic opportunity. They will be able to live and have good quality of life. But if they do that, will they dobale for me?
Yeah, but look at
so it is now a lot about me and not for the general good of the people. That is why people will sign agreement, bilateral agreement. People will take loans and use national assets as collateral. Loans for which they have no intentions of paying back. They don't care what happens to the generality of people, what happens collectively to all of us. As long as I have been compensated individually, I am fine and good. That is the difference. Some may blame it on colonialism, but I don't think it is the issue. I think we're too individualistic, we're too selfish in Africa, in Nigeria. That is the fundamental problem.
If you pay attention to that excerpt from third world to first world just now, you also know they were also colonized. That island was built by Britain. They had their gunboat there. The army was stationed there. They are not really bothered about security of that place because it was British controlled. Yeah, but what was fundamental is the fact that that values you talk about, he was able to transition it from the primordial to the civil setting, which is the argument of Peter Eke. And I stick with Peter Eke, that the problem is that as long as we are not able to transition, because the same value are in our environment too. They're in our environment. Communalism. I grew up in my village to see that as community, we build houses free of charge, free labor. And they said this young man is now old enough to marry, but he doesn't have a house. The community will gather together. Though there was no brick, it were mud houses. They build mud houses for people for free.
Doc, you people should build me a house.
Well, you're married already. So that opportunity is over.
So this was how people lived together. They helped each other to make farms I knew when my in-laws, my auntie's husband, will move members of their entire community to come to my father's farm to work. Now, all these are level of communalism.
Without pay?
No, without pay. Not single pay. And the entire community bring wine, they bring food for them to eat for that day, and they will work the entire field. So now, those things are there. We have not been able to transition that from our village level to politics. Then I see a friend of mine want to contest for National Assembly. They are using him. He's doing everything for the community. Everybody love him for serving community. But the day he want to venture into politics, people were asking him for money, and he didn't bring money. They didn't vote for him. Because they feel that, oh, now he's leaving us. He want to go and set himself up. Because the society has never accepted the state as theirs. And until we have that transition done, it doesn't matter who becomes the president of Nigeria. Even if you bring a pope to be here, issues are not likely to change if we, who are the followers, will not change our mindset to begin to see the state as ours. And then we have the responsibility to collectively build it and make it work.
All right. We hope that we do what it takes to make it work. And we also wish and hope that as Africans, as Nigerians, the core values, which talks about love, unity, that we have as a people, we will bring that to bear, not just in our families, in society, in governance, in business, and then we better for it and not just point into what others have done. Let others also point to what we are doing and what we've done. We'll take a break to return to policy discourse. Now, we'll be talking about food safety. It is important what we consume, how wholesome is the food and drinks that we consume. We'll talk about that when we return from this break. Just stay tuned.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeliji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souq Enlightenment.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluegbunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
All right, many thanks for staying tuned to the Front Burners. We're going to talk about food safety right now. It is important to ensure that the food we consume, the drinks we consume, are wholesome, because what gets into the mouth, if it's unhealthy for you, sometimes those who have been victims never have the opportunity to tell the story. A sad one, that is. But some do live to tell the story, but it's ended up being a very painful experience, and some had to live with organ damage for the rest of your lives because the drugs, the food and drinks they at one point or consistently consumed for a period of time wasn't wholesome. Hence, we've brought in someone who will talk about food safety in Nigeria and in Africa. Now, there's a story as well, a report released recently of NAFDAC, which is the National Agency for Food and Drug Control, shutting down 11,000 shops in Abia because they were dealing in fake drugs, unwholesome food and drinks. Now, if in one area you had 11,000 shops shut down because they were dealing on unwholesome drugs, food and drinks, imagine if a nationwide raid is done. What will happen? How many shops would you see being closed? Who are those behind unwholesome food, drugs, and of course, drinks? Do they do it intentionally? Is it possible to be someone in the food business and ignorantly you are contaminating food that is to be consumed? Let's have Razak, who is the CEO of Food.com Academy, talk to us today about food safety. It's great to have you here after a very long time. Last time you were on the station happened to be about a year ago. Okay. It's great to see you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be
Now,
here.
yes, it's good to have an expert talk about issues like this. Yeah. Now, let's look at food safety in Nigeria. I need you to react first to the report of NAFDAC closing down 11,000 shops for dealing in fake drugs, unwholesome food, and drinks.
Okay.
Does that worry you that 11,000 shops just in one area?
It's a worrisome situation. And it's not something that is just happening today. It's only because maybe the news men, let's even say the investigative journalists, are now bringing their attention to that. It's a worrisome situation. And a few days ago, precisely last Monday, I have cause to call the monitoring and unit of NAFDAC because somebody called my attention to the fact that an area in Ikorodu, they are producing fake Pepsi. They gave me the location, they gave me everything. So now I even have to have somebody to go and help me too. So I have to call them. But immediately I called the unit. They were ready to go there. And we are planning before the end of this week. You know, one has to be careful too. You know, when you are dropping some of this information, you have to cover your own back so that information will not get to the wrong hand and people say these are the people that are saying it. But people like us, we believe that if you see something, say something. Because today you might believe this thing might not affect you, it might not affect your children, it might not affect your family. But this thing goes around. Ultimately, it will still affect you. The money the government is going to use to solve some other infrastructure, they will still spend it on this health thing. So it's a worrisome thing. It's happening everywhere. I'm not speaking for NAFDAC, like you just mentioned. I have cause to ask them at one time that even how many are their staff? Can they cover the entire country? So unless all of us see ourselves as regulatory and compliance officer, so that when you see anything going wrong, you speak out. It has gotten to a situation where when I come to your place or I come to a party, you want to give me wine, I won't take it. They say I know the source. Because if there's something that is the easiest to fake these days, it is those things, both the non-alcoholic and the alcoholic drinks. Even some people are just, you move around. I'm a grassroots person that move around. You see people where people are just cooking water, they are just getting from the tap, and they will seal everything. And they will do all these things within 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. By 5, the vehicles are already going out, and they are moving interland, where people who are less, they are going to bother less about NAFDAC number, less about whether this thing certified with, goes along with SON, MANCAP procedure. So it's a worrisome thing, and it's good that virtually people are talking about it now. Because when you see a small kid, you want to buy gala, the first thing they will tell you, are you sure this thing has not expired? You understand? So, but maybe because of the poverty level in the country, people are after quality, after quantity and not quality. You tell them this is how much they are selling this. They are not interested, but they just want to consume some things. So, that's why in some cases you see some people buying the sachet water and you see some particles, you see some worms inside. You now begin to wonder, how did this thing get inside? So, just like I rightly said, when you see something, say something.
All right, now let's get into...
Sorry, I wanted to find out, interacting with people who have been involved in this kind of business, what do you think is really the motivation for people to get into this kind of illicit behavior and trade?
They just want to make fast and quick money. They don't care about other people's health. That is just the bottom line. They just want to make money. They don't care about. So, gone are the days when you want to you identify a gap. This is why you go into the business. But nowadays, people go into that kind of illicit trade because they want to maximize profit. If you go to most of these organizations that are producing some of these non-alcoholic drinks, you see what they are doing. You see the safety measures, the regulatory standards, the compliance measures. But all these ones, they check everything. Their line, the production line, and they have a roster where they are going to clean their equipment, they are going to clean. But all this one, they will just do it. Because it appears, some people will be saying, what are the regulatory authorities, what are they doing? They are doing the little they are doing. Lagos alone is so big. Few years ago, there was an area where they were telling me that where they were producing fake wine. Just last week, somebody was calling me, they are still doing it again in that kind of area. You understand? Are we saying we don't have law enforcement agencies?
Yeah, but looking at what you just said, I'm still thinking the motivation. A lot of people have argued that does the fact that a product don't have a NAFDAC number or a standard organization number make it fake? One. Number two, the process of even getting the NAFDAC does not encourage people who are informal to be able to really assess it. Now, what role does the bureaucracy of getting NAFDAC number and standard organization certification plays in all of this?
Okay. Now, gone are the days when you want to set up a food processing plant. They will expect you to have 5 different rooms: production, storage, the convenience, the staff changing room, almost 5. So people are finding it difficult, especially the SMEs. And during the last regime, and Professor Oshibanjo was one that headed that committee on how to ease business situation. So NAFDAC has simplified it. So it's only that people doesn't want to go through that route. You can establish, you can get a NAFDAC number for your product, especially the SME. You know, you have the nano, the micro, you have the small. If you have a business where you are going to be employ about 2 staff, and you are going to be doing potato chips or plantain chips, it's easier for you to get NAFDAC number. I know what I'm saying. Even in one room, it's easier. It's only because people don't want to go it. NAFDAC has done it in such a way. You don't even need to go through a NAFDAC certified consultant. The present DG has erased them. They have cancelled them. You can do it. Even they simplify that. Even in a room, the utensils you want to use to produce all these little ones, I'm talking of these plantain chips and all this one, your own kitchen in the house, you can use it to get it. But the equipment you are going to be using to do all those ones has to be separated, labeled separately from what you are using for your normal cooking. So NAFDAC will come. They will come and check it. They will tell you some of those things you need to do. You need to have SOP, standard operating procedure. These are the steps. So they have simplified it, that when you buy the potato, this is how you are going to clean it. This is the step. So that even when you are not there, some of your staff will be able to do it. So it's only people who doesn't want to do that. That's why they are trying to cut corners. It's easier for you to get your product registered with NAFDAC now. It's easier for you to get your product registered with SWN.
How affordable?
Very cheap, sir. Very cheap. Because number one, the greatest challenge people had then was, I want to have my pure water business plant. You need to get a consultant. Unfortunately, some of these consultants you are talking about, some of them are they don't even have anything to do with food. I've gone to a place, and when I went to go and meet the CEO, I said, I want to register something. And the CEO was telling me, what's my background? I said, I'm a food scientist. He said, you are the one that needed this thing now. I said, how do you mean? He said, I'm a chartered accountant, and I employ 4 of the food technologies to come and be doing my business. So, and then when you want to register as a consultant with NAFDAC, you get the form, you pay some money. Form then was 10,000. You pay another 50,000. You pay another 200,000 for 4 weeks training before you become a certified thing. And for a consultant, you go to Ikorodu, you help them to get a NAFDAC number for one thing, you collected 450,000. You get to another place. Within 1 year, you can do that for about 10 companies. You are in money. And you have to recoup whatever you are spending. But now, you don't need, for SME, you don't need the service of a consultant to get your work. If, when you get to NAFDAC, I told you the NAFDAC Lagos State office, walk in there, tell them you want to register. They are there. They will tell you, they will simplify everything for you. They will tell you the document you need to get because you have to register your business name. They need to trademark this thing. All these things, it's a ridiculous amount. Whatever support you need. But people doesn't want to, even some people will get to that gate, they will still be looking for a tout.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, first of all, I don't know. I'm trying to ask all my questions in one. Hopefully, we don't have the time. But I need you to give me a rough market estimation because Nigeria is known as an economy that has this, this taste for foreign products. The taste for Nigerians for foreign products is out of this world. What could be driving that taste? Is it because we do not have a system where we have a very regulated system to produce the quality of this product that meets even the standard of NAFDAC? And we're hearing stories of how we're having foods that are unhealthy to consume because they're not going through the standard procedure for production. And that's why we have turned all our attention to foreign produce. Can you give us, I need to answer that question, and also I need you to tell us what the kind of harm that is doing it to our economy, money-wise.
Okay. Number one, I've caused to follow some of this agency of Lagos State Ministry of Agric to Imota, where they are doing their rice. We have eco rice. You see where they are getting the paddy. You see how they are processing it, how they bag it. They see eco rice. But because of our mentality, the foreign thing, people want to buy a rice that they say, this one is polished. Polished rice. Even when you are even talking about the polished thing, the nutrient has already been washed away. And that's why people like us will still prefer our own ofada rice. Because the nutrient are still there. And that's why we even tell you that when you want to cook your rice, you don't need to wash. By the time you say you want to wash, you are washing away the nutrients. Based on Nigerians when they want to see the bag, the label, they see a polished rice. So not until we change our own mindset to say we can consume our own product here. We can consume what I know, how this thing was planted. We know some of those people that will go to the farm to ensure that even the pesticide you use to fumigate that area is under control. You understand? Then for me to now say I'm waiting for the imported rice, I don't know whether it has expired. The number of 2 or 3 weeks I spent on the sea. And when they get to the warehouse here, people will still baggage it. There are some areas I don't want to mention here that in Lagos, people know them for rice when it comes to rice. So, and when this rice come here, people will see the baggage because some people want the imported names, the imported brands. They will go and produce those bags, and they will now rebrand it because that's what people want. But when you ask them, why are you doing this? Okay, this is what people want. It is the name. People want this brand. Whereas our local one is still thriving. So it's causing a lot of harm to our economy. Because number one, those ones that even borrow money, the anchor program, they borrow money to produce this rice. After some time, they will find it difficult to repay the loan. The loan that will have gone back and somebody to access it. Then if they have a couple of staff, they will start laying them off. After some time, now 3, 4, 5 years, you heard that this one has shut down. Will now be looking for another business. They will try to look for cut corners. So we are trying to let people know that you don't need to cut corners. Face this, let people know you. What you are producing is quality. After some time, people will go for it.
All right, so you are the CEO of Food.com Academy.
Yes.
So what does that mean? Is it that you train people how to grow crops, how to prepare food, how to deal in food business. Because earlier I asked the question of contamination. Some persons do not mean to contaminate the food that they sell. But somehow, with the way they store the food, even with the way they handle, they contaminate. If you go to the popular markets, open markets, the way you find people handle vegetable, they place them right on the ground. And they tell you how when you get to your house, you wash the vegetables. So it's like the duty of making that food wholesome rests on the end user or the consumer who's going to buy the food at the end of the day. But you who's dealing on it, what's your role? What do you do exactly?
Okay.
Regarding
Food.com Academy is a food entrepreneurship training center. Excuse me. Now we support people with requisite trainings that if you want to go into food business, this and this are what you need to know. Like if you are telling me that I want to go into producing of some of these SME products, I will tell you the first thing is to get your product certified by NAFDAC before you go on. Number one, and I will tell you the procedure. Because if you start it, you can be selling your groundnut around your area. People like it. You can be selling your plantain chips around your area. People might like it. But immediately some people said, I need this thing. And I've been to some of these big brands, supermarket, I can't see it. If that thing find their way there, NAFDAC surveillance team will go there. They see anything that is not NAFDAC, they will confiscate it. So it's a loss. Where you supply, maybe the agreement is within 14 days, we are going to pay you. NAFDAC will confiscate it. They will destroy it. And the brand image to those organizations too is another thing. But I want to come from this end. You said something about, I'm coming from the food safety measures. You know, all those practices, procedure, protocols we want to put in place so that people will not consume unsafe and unwholesome food. We educate people. I belong to an association where we visit the local markets to go and talk to them. By June 6th, we'll be having World Food Safety Day. And I found that most of the structured food establishments, these fast consumer moving goods, they have standardized their operation. When I was coming from CMS now, people that want to get to their offices, they have already branched out those mama put that they want to eat. You understand? And those women, what they are doing is not intentional. I have to quickly say this. But some of us that have the knowledge on food safety measures, we are far away from them. If you want to eat in a nutri now, what they are doing is regulated. There is a time, there is a process when NAFDAC will visit them. Some other, we have Safety Commission, we have Lagos State Council. We have a lot of agencies that will visit them. But all these other ones, they are unregulated. So what we take it upon ourselves to educate them. The ugu you are talking about, they have to wash it. Even the chopping board they are using, if we are lucky, they have chopping board to cut it. Do you know whether they wash it? Which detergent did they use to wash it? The knife they are using to cut it, they are using to chop it. Do they wash it? Do they rinse it? You understand? We have vinegar water the people use to. So you branch at that man selling meat using the same chopping table. When it closes, if you have time to go there, you see them using soda, you see their brush, and that thing will be going deep into this thing. Contamination here and there. And they will come the following day, just pour water on it, and they start the process again. Another day. The local government people, food inspectors, they don't have time to go there. Unfortunately, what most of these people are doing is the revenue collection. You have to pay this and. So, from our own hand, from Food.com Academy, we join some other CSOs to organize trainings. We visit markets. We have been to many markets. I remember during the period when we have some of this outbreak, you see them. The mama Iloni that is selling Eba Amala, you go there, you say we want to eat. The same pot that everybody is using to, that's what they are using. 3 people will come at the same time, they will just carry the plate, they will just dip it in and they will put the Amala. So I went to the mama. I said, Mama, this thing is not good. Why don't you separate the pocket you are using to from the one you are using to rinse it and allow it to drain for some minutes? He said, okay, oh mommy, I'll do it. Even some of us, we want to wash our hand with some of these things. There are some of these liquid soap that is not injurious to others, so we can use it. He said, people doesn't ask for it. I said, some of us that are putting on tie, we want to eat it. We don't want to enter it, we want to eat here. Because we see like our own local mala, local already, we want to buy it. So I said, put it. Unfortunately, I didn't go there the second or third day. When I went there the fifth day, I found out that the woman has bought some liquid soap, put it. He said, Mommy, I bought it to you since that day. But you can see it, people are not using it. I said some of us, when we see it, we'll use it. Some people, they will prefer to sit down here to eat when they see this thing. The woman started, put it. Another day, you know, when you are eating, you see some crumbs on the tables here and there in their places. And you see ants moving up and down. And I said, Mama, why don't you buy a nylon? We put it on this table. I'm not saying you should buy all these big ones. Just put a nylon there. So that as people, when another one finishes and they want to pack it, some of your list, they use something to clean up down the little crumb that the hands. And when the another day, the woman has put it there. We don't have the knowledge. Like I'm saying, we are far away from them. When you go to where they are selling, you see all this malam. At times, me, I'm one of those ones that when you want to correct, you correct it love. I can't just go to where malam that spend money to buy some of these. I'm a media partner to them in my 12th international market. So I know these people. So they bought this thing, and somebody now said, there's a food safety infraction. You destroy everything. That's not solving it. You let them know why they don't need to use detergent to wash oranges. Because by the time they dip it, they've already put all this brand of detergent, and they are now using this one to, this thing will be going deep into the. The Abuki doesn't know.
And it is detrimental to health.
He doesn't know. He just wants to sell. And they want to sell on the open place. So why are you destroying it? So why don't you try to gather them, educate them, for them to know the knowledge? So if you need to get people that can speak Hausa fluently, they can let them know. And you find out that when you talk to them, they listen.
Yeah, but is there a role the government can play? Because when you go to other climes, you see that the way people sell some of these agricultural products, they are well packaged inside nylon and they are done in supermarket. That rather than allowing food vendors on the street, that we can actually make people to come to be off-takers from this farmer directly, so that these things, carrot, cucumber, watermelon, can be sold in a decent environment, that you don't have to deal with a lot of ants and flies. We also see a lot of blackmail in terms of the way governments do their operations, that people, you see in the evening like this, you go to major bus stops, you're seeing people selling means along the road, and then of course you see government agents come and they say, this is the people's economy, you have not provided them with job and they're trying to survive, why will you go and harass them from even staying, apart from constitutional nuisance for traffic, that even that place is unhealthy for people to eat.
Yeah, I agree with you, but the issue is this. In the local government, we believe that local government people are closer to. In each of the local government, we have health inspectors, the former Wole, and there are many. Those ones that put on the white thing. The question is, what do they do? Do they visit the market? How often do they visit the market? During the government of Governor Ambode, when they were having the Food Security Summit in 2016, I was there, and I asked him, he said he wanted to set up another body, that food safety marshals. And I remember I was one that asked question that, when you set up KAI, this is the objective, and they derail. When you set up last month, this is the objective, and when you set up this body again, are you sure they are going to do what we asked them to do? There's one thing for you to just set up these bodies, that another thing to who supervise what they are doing. You understand? The interesting thing is, when you go to those markets and you say you want to have food safety programs with them, and you see the way the Babaloja, Yaloja will have somebody to carry the gun, the bear, to gather them. Because they said if you don't gather here in the next 30 minutes, we are going to find you, or we can even stop you from selling here. All of them will leave whatever they are doing together. You understand? Can government gather them together to organize food safety programs? Okay. We are not saying we should not force government to do some things, but when you let them know, education is key. When you let them know the dangers in what they are doing, even selling along the road, I've asked to call, I wanted to pass, people are selling, and I told them, Madam, I want to pass on the walkway, and they are telling me, should you have funny? People have been passing here, and they never complain. You understand? I said, but this is walkway now. He said, so, and I have some of these, kick against this business, and I called them. And the way I used to, the message I just said, Oga, I want to pass here, and people block it. And I said they should allow us, this is walkway. And they are telling me that, showed me funny, we are paying government officials. Even Kai collect money from us. They said, who said that? I said, the woman is still here. And they quickly call one or two people to come and meet me. I said, describe your location. You know, the normal thing is they destroy everything they see around there. Who said we are collecting money? Who said they are giving us something? Because I just want to. And ever since, even when they see me coming, people they'll be saluting me. You understand? So when you see something that is going on, you need to talk, you need to speak out. You understand? But the issue is, this one doesn't concern me. Let me just go my way.
So what I want to ask is food.com, right? Recently, we have been seen as a country who exports non-agricultural produce out of the country, and it seems to be gathering momentum where revenue is really coming into the country. Does the organization do a consulting for that purpose? And how do you think the work is going through that line?
No, our organization doesn't do anything that have to do with export.
Okay.
But where I see deviation in some things, I call the attention of NAFDAC, I call the attention of SOA. Recently, I supported one of my colleagues that opened a pure water business in Ibadan to get the NAFDAC thing. So, and a friend too came from abroad. He was telling me that he too has this thing. He was packaging Gary and some of these things. And he was telling me, he said he has been selling this thing a lot in most of the supermarkets in UK. I said, is your product certified by NAFDAC? He said, no. I said, well, how did you pass here? How did you pass through the airport? How did you to get your product down there? He said, leave that one. You understand? So he said he's only concerned that he wants to sell his product here in Nigeria and he need NAFDAC. But to get it outside the country, that one is not it. You now start asking questions. How did they get this product? Where some people are complaining that some of the pesticides they use to fumigate some of these things, even beans, when they get there, it's different because it doesn't meet up with their standard outside the country. But how does this thing
go out?
So we are not, mine is to call the attention of the relevant people to say this and this are. But having said that, majorly apart from doing some trainings for the established organization from the quality safety, total quality safety management stuff, we still engage with the grassroots people. Because I found out that if there is going to be incidents of foodborne illness, outbreak of foodborne illness, it will consume large number of. When NAFDAC are concerned with the regulated ones, some of us can still focus our attention on the informal food market. Sir, you said something about when you go outside. Last year on this street food safety thing, I was invited for a program in Nairobi, Kenya. African Union, they are trying to have a framework guideline for informal food sector when it comes to food safety. And I think about 2 years, the African head of state, they gathered to set it up. But you know the bureaucracy of setting this thing, when they eventually have the framework, who are those ones that are going to deal directly with this informal food sector? Then you now see people in the top echelon hijacking some of these things when we are supposed to take the training down to those people that really need it. So we are doing our bit in our own little way. And annually, I normally organize the Business of Food Forum. And some of the fallout of the one we had last year was the restaurant people were saying, why don't you have a dedicated one? So this year we are having Restaurant Managers Conference, where the DG of NAFDAC is coming to come and talk to people on importance of food safety that we started with, and how people can comply with all the relevant regulations. And when you look at, let me even take Lagos State alone, we have more than 5 bodies that will visit your outlet, saying this, doing the same thing. So you now start looking at it. When you say people are trying to cut corners too, when you look at the duplicity of some of these agencies, this one will come and want to come and inspect your facility. This one will come and want to come and invest your facility. About 7 agencies coming to come and inspect your facility is the same thing, but you pay.
Yeah, but again, from the punitive aspect to the corrective regime, looking at it, that when government set up things and the way we enforce law in this environment, is that what is at the head of the people who are writing this law is say, how much more money can government further make from this agency? You see them, who are, whether they are people directing traffic, hiding on one corner to see who is going to break the rule so that we can have income, rather than actually telling people, this is not where you should pass. Now, you find that in almost all agencies of government, that almost what they are out for is how to generate revenue, really not how to correct behaviors. How do we deal with this issue? Because it also affects food safety. And that incident you just mentioned, and I think it's something that's very correct, because when you see where, for example, all the abattoirs in Lagos, you go around it and you see how unhygienic the environments are, and yet these people visit these places and they still allow operations to continue, and without really having to be concerned about the health of the general public. But of course, somehow, either somebody is settled at the back or government has received its revenue, and therefore these people must just practice.
Yes, you are right. Let me take the abattoir we are talking about. I've traveled wide, and when you want to, I go to a lot of abattoirs. When you want to see what they do, you go there very early in the morning. You go there around 5, and they won't allow you to enter. So except you just say maybe the guy says you should come on. So that's the only way you will see some, the stream that pass the back of. That's why they wash the carcass. Yes. Formerly, some of these abattoirs, they have refrigerated cool rooms. You understand? So that they keep, even when the one they couldn't sell in the day, they keep it there. But what do you have found around? There no government is doing something on it. But we have seen occasion where they want people get overnight to make it look fresh. People will gather fresh blood from the fresh. They will pour it on top of it to look fresh.
That's more contamination.
Oh,
that is, you understand? So, and I have cause to ask the veterinary doctors in one state. He said, Mr. Razak, why are you stressing yourself? How many veterinary doctors do you have that the state government employed that will move around to ensure that the standard is before you even kill a cow, a vet doctor has to certify that.
The animal has health.
Yes. Now, you know, some of the, a lot is happening. So God will help us. Even the way you drive the cow to the abattoir before you slaughter will determine the quality of the glycogen you are going to get from it. But you see them, let me use an example from Ikorodu. You see from Sabo, the Aboki is driving about 10 cows, running the day they will run to that abattoir at after General Hospital. You have to really disturb the nobody to certify it, because by 3-4, they've already slaughtered more than enough. So, and the vet doctor will be coming, maybe some of them will return in their office before coming to the abattoir. So what do you expect? So, just like I said, it's an ongoing thing. Ours is to support the government, to educate the people. Where government error, we call them to attention, because you still have to be careful the way you pass the information across to them so that you are not going to be blacklisted.
All right, on a final note, you talked about providing support for food entrepreneurs. Yeah. So we find in the markets, the open markets is where you find a large number of people who deal on food produce or food products. So if you're providing support for them, what kind of support are you providing? I know you talked about education. Does it end there? What about the market infrastructure? The abattoirs now that are washing cows that have been slaughtered with water from the stream, if they had borehole water, would they do that?
Yeah. There was some time we educate, we support in our own little way. You understand? Now it's for the government. Call their attention. There's another market. Let me quickly. There's another market in Lagos. There is no water. Even when people want to ease themselves, the convenience doesn't have water. So people would have to travel far. They will pay to get one bath that they will use to, which is never enough. So ours is to call the attention of government, especially now that food safety day is around the corner. Because when you want to pass the message, make sure it's very close to that time when government is ready to spend a lot of money for that kind of advocacy. So that you now call the attention that this place, so they don't have a refrigerated cold room. Can you do it? Can you get some bodies, some other organization that can come, maybe it's build, operate and transfer, and they will make their money. You understand? It's possible. You can get some, there are some people that have this cooling van. We found that most things, when government do it, it doesn't last. People use it anyhow. Maybe you can bring some people to come and be, so that when they kill the cow at Abattoir in Abulegba, to move it to Lagos Island, you know, the condition when it's inside the cooling van is going to be. But at times when you see some people, when they put the fresh meat on top of their leg,
on
top
bike.
of the bike to the abattoir, but you are not there and you don't even know. Yours is let me go to the so a lot of things is happening.
Sometimes it's not even hidden, you see them.
But somebody is supposed to stop them.
To stop them. Yeah,
they even do that. It's not as if it's in rural areas. Within urban areas, you see people move meats. You see people move food items in a manner that you know this has already been contaminated.
And suppose some people have that confidence. When they talk about the illness, the outbreak that happened last year in Lagos, right from these people that are selling this
the cholera outbreak,
that tiger nut. Recently, I see maybe because of our background, when I see, I want to correct. I saw a lady selling, you know, these people that are selling cold tea.
Okay.
You understand? And you see the way they will be using their hand to grind it, and before they will pour inside the. And I've been watching her, and I saw a lot of people. So when I found out that the crowd have already reduced, and I went to her, I said, "Madam, do you know I want to drink this tea?" I said, "How much?" I said, "No, it's not a matter of that." I said, "Because you are using your hand to
turn it.
You didn't wash your hand. I didn't see you sweeping your hand inside. You didn't wash it. And I want to drink it, but I can't." He said, "What do I do?" I said, "Why don't you go and get hand glove?" I said, "You don't need to use the one they are using in the factory. You can buy all these transparent ones." I said, "Put it on. Put it on. Then use it to turn." Because you'll be surprised the number of food I want to buy from. And as well, another two people, they came to come and I have to keep quiet. You understand? So I don't want to spoil her business. She only said, "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." I said, "But if I come here tomorrow and you didn't use it, I will confiscate this thing and I will call police too." He said, "No problem, sir." I didn't go there the second day. I went there the third day. But this lady put this thing on.
Yeah, but again, that just work on my hair right now. The hygiene consciousness.
Yes.
What role is the education sector actually contributing to some of all these things? Because we don't see really hygiene taught, table manners taught in our schools really, to educate people to say, this is how we can eat and this is what is qualified to be eaten. Is there any attempt also to reach out to educational institutions, especially at the basic level, to incorporate or integrate these teachings in their curriculum?
Well, it's possible. But what I've seen around is some of us will go to some of these primary schools. We let them know that even if one of the best way you can prevent some of these foodborne diseases is ordinarily washing your hand with clean and warm water. If you see soap, fine. But if you don't see it, make sure, especially before you hit, you let these little children know that you have to. But how many of these public schools are you going to see a running tap? You understand? So even when you are passing the message, that's where it ends. But we are only praying we get some bodies that will be able to support, so that when you advise some of these schools, you tell them, can you help us to install this? You understand? Because number one, I always tell people, wash your hand before you enter. You understand? Especially before you enter the loo, you tell these little children, and you see them, they will be struggling, all of them. Even they might want to enter the convenience 10 times because they just want to, you know. But I like that enthusiasm in them, that this I should wash my hand. I've seen one that was telling the dad when I went to their house. The daddy said I should go to their school. And I went there and I talked to them. When I wanted to eat, he said, Daddy, you have not washed your hand. He said, Damilari, are you all right? He said, you said we should wash our hands.
In my rural school, as a young boy, we have a plastic bowl.
That everybody washes.
There's a stool that is there, and the bowl is there, and every time you come in from the outside, you have to wash your hand.
You all wash your hand inside that same bowl.
Yeah,
so we are contaminating each other.
You know, but at least those provisions were made, even when there were no real water. But today, really, you don't see that in the environment.
The thing is that
some of those measures that were put in place during the COVID.
Who will be fetching the water to bring it? Except during COVID. Now COVID is over. They've thrown away the bowl plus the.
So can we go back to that thing? All those preventive measures.
Even soap too, they can also be provided so that they change the water from time to time.
You understand?
But basically, I think it's the responsibility rests on local governments, number one. That's their core duty. To provide infrastructure, these amenities at the rural areas, at the grassroots, so that schools will not be looking for a bowl to bring water. In daughter's time, they were conscious because they were taught, social studies and all, how to have your environment clean and how to ensure that you have these things. Now we even have subjects that have replaced some of those, that we're now teaching things that are not duplicating subjects, rather than teaching what will emphasize some of these things. And sometimes it's even hard to do. What about when to get water? Maybe in that particular area, you don't even have a borehole. So who brings the water from home? It becomes a problem. Now, when the students or the pupils want to use the restroom, is there water? Sometimes you find that there's a heap of refuse all around, flies perching. In the market, they pay money for sanitation, but you always find heap of refuse around markets, and we should not have that, because let me call your attention to that.
There was a time, you know, when on Thursday, because of the environmental, on Wednesday, the market people, they will ensure that they remove something from the drainage, they put it on. You understand? They will put it on by the roadside, and that thing will, if nobody will pack it, well, another Thursday. So I saw one very close to that, my 12th international market, and they just put nylon on top of those dirty things, and you can see people beside with flies pressing around you. They were selling raw meat, you know, raw meat and so and I went there and I said, sir, it's wrong for you to be selling, even when you are selling on top of refuse. That's what I can see here, because for you to be, instead, but can't you see we have used nylon to cover it? I said, what about all these flies that press on this thing, that move around, and they still come to your distance, and they can travel far. And I said, they didn't want to listen to me. You understand? I went to under the bridge, and I saw the guy people, because kick against in this building. It's not only when people cross the road. It's still part, all these things are still part of it. Discipline. So when I said, I saw some people doing this thing, and I talked to them, they said, am I Kai? I said, I'm not Kai, but I'm a concerned citizen. This time I don't want to call the chairman of my 12th international. It's something that, you know, and people are selling fresh tomato all around the whole place. So they didn't want to. And I called them, that one has to carry phone. He said he want to call somebody. I called somebody from the Ministry of Environment, the Food Safety Unit. I said, I'm here, and this is what is happening. They said, can you take a shot? Which shot do you want me to take when people can gather and finish the meal?
You understand?
I said, but I'm telling you, what can we do? It's at that time I have to call Chairman. This is what is happening here. And you said, when we see some things, they said, are you still there? Yes, and they call me. And they ask some of these people to come. You know, the next thing, at least they carry all the meat, they carry everything. At least almost 200 meters to all those things they are saying. They carry everything. You fully the table, they destroy the tables and everything. I said, it doesn't end there. But what happened? This thing you gather here, come and
evacuate
it. Is there a way to evacuate it now? We have the drainage people in Lagos. So what is happening?
All right,
So
we wish
a lot
we had
is
more
happening.
time to talk about this because it's very important and a different aspect of it. But the basic thing is that those who have responsibilities should live up to it. If you are a local government chairman, in local government there are different departments. There's a department in charge of environment, in charge of health, and many other things. You should be alive to their responsibilities. It's one thing to tell the people do not handle food with in places that are unwholesome. It's another thing for the government to create an enabling environment that is favorable for food processing, food storage, and all kinds of food business. Thank you so much, Razak Oker, who is the CEO of Food.com Academy Services.
It's a pleasure.
Now it goes over to you. When you buy the food, how do you handle in your home before you end up consuming it? You should take responsibility too to ensure that you thoroughly process your food before you consume. I know there's a popular saying that disease doesn't kill an African man. Well, I'll tell you that diseases do not discriminate. You do not know who's white, you do not know who's black. Once any of them is able to get into your system, at that point, it'll just be a thing of you and God alone. If you survive, maybe you can tell the story, but let's not allow it get to that part. We'll take a break, return on Policy Discuss.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannahs, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products,
as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative (ACI) must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi reporting for Souq News.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Let's move now to the digital sector in Nigeria. As Visa, American Pay card establishment, has decided to have a data center in Nigeria. So when you have your ATM cards or your debit card, sometimes when you check, you see the name clearly written that that card was produced, and the infrastructure supporting that card is also coming from a particular tech or fintech company that supports payments. So now they want to have a data center established in Nigeria, so also facilitate payment solution, digital payment solution in Nigeria. It's a good one. We're talking about financial inclusion in Nigeria for a very long time. With all the many charges now, if you have to do cash transactions, if you have to withdraw cash from the ATM, it is wise now to begin to develop more digital payment solutions so that transactions can go easily, conveniently, and also affordably but there is a challenge to it, and that's infrastructure. So the infrastructure for this is what Visa is saying that they would provide, starting with a data center, Doc.
Well, I think we cannot overstate that data is very key and important to national planning and development. And from where we began this morning, looking at the Singapore story, one of the key driver of the Singapore economy is accurate data, because the entire planning process is guided by data. And if you look at the way it was structured, it was to make Singapore the financial hub globally. Even fintech has not grown to this extent. And what the government needed to do was to provide those basic infrastructure that, of course, people are free and they are comfortable moving their money, so that Singapore become the financial capital of the world. And that was what they were working toward. And I think this is one of the issues that, of course, we continue to recall. Because when you look at our environment, we can't even talk about adequate planning when we don't have enough infrastructure on the ground to capture who is doing what and where do they live. And this is quite very, very important. And if we must have a sane environment where things work, where, of course, we can even be able to see tomorrow from today, then data become something that we can rely on. Yes, we are good to have Visa, an American company, build a data company in Nigeria. But I think that I really wish that is Nigeria will have this data and able to provide Visa access or partial access to our data, rather than allow them to create a data center that, of course, they're going to use for their business alone. And how we are able to get access to this private data is another ball game. And to what extent are we allowed to even use this data for our own domestic planning? It's a different kettle of fish. So I think that we must be proactive enough. Yes, people want to help us. At least we must also put some things, basic things on the ground that, of course, when people are coming to our environment, they can key into those infrastructure that we have laid. Now, again, talking about inclusion that you just mentioned, we are still struggling, even with the coverage of 4G, that is still less than 60% as we speak, let alone entering the regime and the era of 5G. Only Abuja and Lagos is even having a skeletal touch of 5G. So these are basic challenges that the government will need to face, so that, yes, you're going to do some of all this payment structure. How do we capture everybody in the looks and the creating of Nigeria, so that we have accuracy in terms of prediction and forecast of what the economy can look like in a near future?
There are going to be advantages of having a data center in Nigeria. For one, it will help data localization, and that also translates to or results to having speed in transactions. You have a data warehouse locally. But like you raised the question, how would the rest or the more stakeholders have access to this data? There was a time we were talking about asset, and you talked about asset sharing. So I think asset sharing should come into play here. So if Visa is going to cite a data center in Nigeria, perhaps there should be an arrangement that makes possible for asset sharing, so that small corporations or small companies that don't have the strength as much as Visa, who are also providing maybe payment solutions or even other telecom services, can have access to it, and it becomes easy, rather than having data warehoused outside of Nigeria, and when transactions needed to be carried out, you're trying to link up, and that takes a bit of time, and it's a lot of process. But because this is one business, then you're going to consider what will be most beneficial for them and what will give them a great edge over other businesses. But if we put the necessary infrastructure on the ground, which you have talked about, then it becomes easy to have such negotiations to say, we're providing this, we're providing that. So if we do this, yes, you would have your own comparative advantage, you have your own edge over other businesses. but can you also open up so other people can benefit from this, and it's now beneficial to Nigeria than you just having only the edge, building some form of monopoly, and then it's not really maybe cost effective to the consumer, so it becomes premium whoever wants to have access to your service. Because if you check the space that they occupy in providing payment services, it's like they're at the top. If you want certain kinds of service, particularly when it has to do with offshore transactions, offshore e-transactions, you want to then look at what they're offering. Meanwhile, there are other players who do not have their reach, so it becomes a bit difficult to do that. So there's a lot that Nigeria needs to do in terms of facilitating local data centers.
Yes. So, first of all, there's this saying in government that the vice president most of the time is in charge of the National Economic Council. And there are all kinds of economic activities and policy issues that goes on there. Of course, it's not without the know of the president. But if you remember vividly, maybe it was in February, where there was a local card manufacturing, chip manufacturing company that was talking about how it has stayed and spent 25 years in the system. It manufactures ATM cards for Nigerian banks. It manufactures SIM cards for some of the telecommunication organizations in Nigeria, and it also provides some form of tech solution service providers to other tech solution companies across the country. And the vice president himself talked and spoke extensively about the anniversary of this organization. They are located somewhere in Lagos, and how they have contributed immensely to economic activities in the country, and the fact that they are a local company and they are developing muscle. We spoke about that organization here on this table in the front burners, and we burnt it. Now, I am not surprised this American company, this American company is coming. I am assuming they came and they are making their presence popular, and they are putting themselves out there in public for again, because they felt and they saw the role that the vice president play in talking about that company, because it's a local organization, it's a local company, and it's doing extremely well. That is good. And if they are coming through this route, for the fact that they are going to have a data infrastructure in Nigeria, they are going to build that infrastructure, that plant in Nigeria here, is something that is quite consoling for me, because it's going to provide jobs for the local technology market in the country. And the fact that the doctor was talking about how the local organizations are going to share, to be part of sharing that data, the infrastructure. Because if you look, they were speaking most times about fintechs. And the American company was making references to some of the 10 highest or most functional fintechs in Africa, and 8 of them are in Nigeria alone, with the new inclusion of the specific fintech company it mentioned in the exam. And I like the fact that Nigeria is the hub of fintech banks and technology in Africa, and that is really going to bring investment, because when we start talking about the payment system in Africa, Nigeria is bailing the cat, and that is contributing to how business is run in Africa and in Nigeria. So I'm not surprised about this American company coming into place, and because it's attached to fintech and it's going to be playing some form of role when it comes to the banking sector, the CBN and other regulatory bodies in the financial space is going to have an input and some form of regulatory oversight in the establishment of this visa and the activities is running in Africa. That is going to be where local data sharing with this specific organization is really going to come in. And the role that the CBN and other financial regulatory organizations are going to play is to make sure that they link the services of this data organization with local industries, with local participants who do not have the financial chest to establish their own data plant and data infrastructure, so that even if the American company is going to be playing a very big role. At least the local industries and the local data companies too will have to attach themselves and grow as the time continues.
Yeah, but another issue that also must also be factored in, and of course, is bringing in about $1 billion US to complete this goal, which is of course some very massive investment.
Yes,
is also to say, have we been able to also build up our capacity in such a way that we are not going to have expatriate run this data? We have local competencies in that regard. Because you remember on Friday when we're talking about China, there was a little video played of Tim Cook who was saying that people were not going to China because labor were cheap. People were going to China because of the depth of skills, especially in the area of tool makings, especially for a technological world. And that you have an army of people that has been empowered such a way that industries find it easier, because there's no other climate where you can find such level of expertise except in China. So companies are moving there because there's that attractiveness. It's also to see how we're going to prepare our system, especially institutions, our school system, such a way that we can build up that army of humans who are able to actually support this data collection, data analysis, and the rest of this work that make it actually profitable for our environment. It's another area we must also look at, because when people are thinking of coming to invest in your environment, they're also thinking about how to make work simple, and you're not going to pay so much of expatriates, and you're able to use a local to do your job. That investment also must be done by Nigeria. I don't think that a visa would need to do that investment, so that these jobs are not shipped elsewhere, but it can be handled by local, and that help reduce poverty in the environment and reduce the unemployment gap as we have it currently.
I like the collaboration that already exists between Visa and some fintech companies in Nigeria. So the Vice President was talking about how there are 10 fintech companies in Africa, and 8 of them are in Nigeria. It's a good one. It gives Nigeria that leadership role, being able to take advantage of having more of the players and becoming like the ones leading the market or taking the huge size of the market. But again, we need the necessary infrastructure that will enable this. Now, but there's also a bit of cause of worry there. If they're investing and collaborating with fintechs already, and there was also amount of money that was put into Switch, so that we're not in a way encouraging monopoly. Now, it's good to have big players, but how big a player is also important. You can have players that are too big. It's now very difficult for the small players to compete with. So in terms of fairness in competition, you don't have that because of the financial strength that they have, the synergy that they have, and then the wide-reaching access that they also have. So it's also time that I think the government begins to support other payment platforms in Nigeria that may not be as big as this, to provide for a fair playing ground, a fair competition where no one is able to completely muscle the other one out, or it's not a situation where it's the crumbs that you now leave for the other players to handle, particularly when we're talking about offshore transactions. Some people, we're even regarding the MasterCard. So MasterCard option was available to almost anybody that wanted to use MasterCard. But we came to a point where it is now even being restricted. You want to have MasterCard and banks are telling you, no, only Visa, I beg your pardon, only the VEF card is available. You can't have the MasterCard option. And we look at the supporters or those who support the MasterCard operations. You have people like this, or you have companies like this. So we should also begin to look at strengthening the fintech companies. There's a lot to have fintech running. Now, if we have very strong local fintech companies running, that means that what they can do, their reach and connectivity would even be more, and we'll have a better financial sector here in Nigeria, because it won't be only the conventional financial institutions that are able to facilitate offshore transactions. It will also be that the fintechs have grown and it's not just locally that they are able to operate, but they have backbone. They are able to have the amount of money for this kind of investment. The last time we had Shane Akindele here, when we were talking about servers, and he talked about how much of money is required for you to even have one server. But this is because they have the financial muscle. That's why Visa is looking at having a data center in Nigeria where they will have systems, they'll have networks, and they'll have servers that cost thousands, billions of millions of dollars to have. We should also have other companies, or even the country as a whole, having that, not just for fintech operations, but even for the telecom operations. We're talking about artificial intelligence in this time, and we don't even have much of this infrastructure in the country. So it's a big one. Data is now the new gold that countries are mining. So if we have that, given that we're already controlling a huge size of the financial of the fintech market, it will help the fintech companies to be able to take advantage of the African markets.
Okay, so one of the parts I want to point out is that according to Business Day, the Nigerian telecommunications industry is worth over $10 billion. And if you vividly take a step backward for a period of time, you remember very well that it was the entry of telecommunication into Nigeria, brought out this boom to internet, data, and the presence of fintechs in the country and also in the continent. And because of that, just because of that alone, look at where we are. The other day we were talking about African Union giving Nigeria the first position as the one championing fintechs and mode of payment through technology in Africa, and how efficient our system is in Nigeria. So one thing that we need to also put in place is this. We need to have a new technology system for payment methods. Payment methods that will take care of something as small as 200 naira. That will take care of something as small as 150 naira, 100 naira. Because if you go to some of these your bank apps, it looks as if to send 100 naira, 200 naira out to another bank account seems somehow difficult.
Now, but why would you even want to send 100 naira?
No, because there are things you buy in the market that are just 200 naira. That are just 100 naira.
I even doubt
now, sometimes you want to go and polish your shoe. Sometimes you want to just sit down. Sometimes you just want to sit down and someone and the person polish your shoe. No, there is a reason why I'm going there. Doc is smiling. You just sat down. Someone needs to polish your shoe, and the shoemaker is polishing your shoe, and it's done. And you don't have cash. And even if you have cash, you have denominations of 1,000 naira and 500 naira, and the cost is just 200 naira. So we have to make a payment system whereby the cobbler on the road, those guys who just sell sweets, that is just 100 naira.
Yes, you can make transfer, even of 15 naira, you can make that transfer.
Transfer of 15
naira,
you and you'll be billed 10 naira.
So it's cost.
No, it's too much. Billing me 10 naira for carrying out the transaction for 15 naira, 100 naira is too much.
See, I think the thing we must also put into account is the fact, look at what is coming on this investment.
It's huge.
It's huge.
Yes, it is.
And of course, these are not Father Christmas. And they're supposed to put their money on the ground, and they are able to recoup it back. And that's actually one of the issues that you talked about MasterCard just now. A lot of banks weren't taking it because it was becoming too expensive. Because yes, we talk data is what economy is right now, but think about the investment in that sector and how people are able to put money on the ground. See, part of the ease of doing business is the fact that when you put money in a business environment, that profit and prosperity is guaranteed. It's part of the ease of doing business. So nobody don't want to put money in an economy that by the time you finish, you are not able actually to recoup your investment. And then, of course, the stakeholders who put money in that environment are also crying. So it's also looking at it, are we well enough to be able to manage the cost that is associated with some of all these things? Because it does not come free. It's not a social service, it's a business service that they are offering to you. And they're also hoping that in a certain number of years, they are able to recoup whatever investment that is in place. So that must also be factored into the conversation. Yeah, why it's easy for us to have consumers have the best of pricing, but don't forget that it's somebody's investment, and that investment needs to be recouped.
Okay, so I want to tell Blessing something.
All right.
See, I begin to foresee a moment whereby the government will, through the strategy of technology, completely remove toutism, agberoism from the road, and remove them completely from that position whereby the money we pay to them, the money they collect from the commercial vehicle drivers, goes straight to the local government. The government today has carry card, and through that means you cannot obstruct or stop the BRT vehicles from operating. Through this platform and through this establishment, we can develop a payment system, even from the red and black, yellow vehicles that ply the streets of Lagos, to have a card for you to just swipe, so that when you swipe, about 1 naira, or then they carve it in a way with jurisdiction to local government areas. Then when you swipe, even if it is 5 naira or 15 naira or 10 naira, goes straight to the local government account. Even if it's 1 naira or 2 naira, goes straight to the tax account of the state government, or 1 naira or 2 naira goes straight to the tax account of the federal government. Then the rest of the money goes into the account of the vehicle operator. With that method, we can completely remove the operation of agberoism from the street and from taking the money that belongs to the local government and arrogating that right to themselves. We can do that.
But my question is, do they want to take away agberoism?
That is a question that that requires. So, Blessing, you're asking a rhetorical question.
I don't have.
Or you already have the answer to that question.
No, I don't have the answer. I just asked the question. Do they want it? Doc, there was something you talked about the other day, where there's a system in place where those who can actually create anarchy or disturb the public peace are given a way to fend for themselves, so that something comes to them. You know, some areas are intentionally left ungoverned. Some spaces are intentionally left ungoverned, so that the non-state actors can have their way and just turn their eyes away from what's happening on the other side, and then everybody can be at peace. So to the question of, does the government have the intention, the willpower to take away tout, agberoism, those who collect illegal taxes, so that this digital system Piri is proposing, we can have them. And even for the motorists, you see the kind of vehicles that some of them have. I don't know where they will swipe the card, where they will install the facility, because some of the vehicles are just mere skeletons moving on the road.
Yeah, it's a social miasma, as they call it, disorder in the highest form you find in society, because in short, running on my head right now is looking at the fragility of the Nigerian state. And if you look at the indicators measured in terms of fragility, you find that it is massive. Because there are a whole lot of things that governments are not able to handle at the moment. And so non-state actors seems bigger and more powerful than the government. And there's a whole lot of things that is feeding it. Is because planning at our level has not been able to get to how we can structure the society in such a way that people have life that is meaningful. And I think that's one of the things that Souq News Television is all about, to see how to create prosperity in the environment, that people's life become meaningful, that they are not ready to waste it for things that are not substantial. So, but you see, that reform had to happen at some point. What's the role of even the very wealthiest in our society? What's the role of the church? What's the role of the mosque in ensuring that we don't have these touts in place? I was talking to my friend last night, and one of the issues we were talking about was even the transfer of mission school back to the owners. And by the time the school were handed over they lost almost, some schools lost up to 95% of enrollment, some 60%, some 80%, because the people could not afford the new fee. Because while government was running those schools, they were paying less and less to nothing. And now it's in the hands of religious institutions. They are paying so much that not so many people can have access to those basic facilities. These are problems, and that is creating this social disorder. And I think that until we take a comprehensive approach, that even as God blesses you, that you think about taking one child off the street, either empowering that child to be able to acquire a skill that can put food on his table, and then he doesn't expose himself or herself to those dangers, we will still be around this circle. But one of the things that I also believe is the fact that government has taken too much in the sand, that well, all you need to do is rely on these people because of the way democracy is run today. And that's even really also encouraging it, because people are making money. I remember growing up, I decided to say, okay, well, there are some people who didn't have access to education. And I was trying in my own local community to explain to them why education was quite important. Now, one of the things they point you to is the fact that, look, that guy, he didn't go to school, but he has more money than you, who is a graduate. And so the motivation for people really to join a trade is how well such a trade can make them. Now, if education is not able to put food on the table of a man, people are not attracted to it. How are we going to design our education system in such a way that we can actually make people who passes through the system become the role model for the entire society is something that you want to think about. Because when you look at some of the people who are the head of some of these unregistered tax collectors today, and look at the number of wealth that they garner,
yes,
and how they are able to celebrate first 1 billion, 200 billion, I think Blessing understand that now. You know, see, these people are so powerful that just by staying on the road, and then someone say, oh, I have hit my 1 billion.
And he went outside the country to celebrate the 1 billion.
Yeah. Not because it was productive. So these are the challenge that the environment faces. So it becomes like a motivation for other people to get into that trade, because they're expecting that someday they're going to have a better life doing such a thing. So this is where the onus is on all of us as concerned citizens to continue to see how we educate and take people out of criminality, take them out of poverty, and then they can have a life that is completely meaningful.
All right, so what got us here was the new data center that Visa intends to establish in Lagos, and how critical that data center would be for financial transactions in Nigeria, not just financial transactions, but also telecom, because data is crucial. But the thing is, here, sir, if a business is putting down money to have that kind of infrastructure, it means that they are also looking at ways to recoup the money. But government can do its best to ensure that what it costs to have certain infrastructures that will support the digital economy in Nigeria is not so expensive, is not so much that only foreign players or only very big players can do. So the collaboration that have existed and still extends to other fintech between Visa and some fintech companies in Nigeria. I think other payment platforms and other tech companies can emulate that. So you have an advantage in one area, you do not have the advantage in the other area. So instead of looking for how to spread, you can partner with another company that provides service in a particular area, and together you form a chain so that the value chain just goes like that, and you're able to provide services to the people. Basically, what we're saying here is that for Nigeria, it is critical that we have our own data center, because that's where a lot of countries are going into. They're making it almost compulsory for companies to localize data centers, one for national security and another two for efficiency and reliability of transactions of the services that they render. So it's down for government to encourage partnerships, public-private partnerships, to create an enabling environment for investors who can handle this, who can support companies to come into some collaboration to have this happen. There's a lot that Nigeria can make from improving its digital economy. We talk about the $1 trillion economy. This can be achieved when setting policies, when setting infrastructure, making it less capital intensive for the investors, for those who are key players in the industry to handle. Right, let's take a break. After that time, you know what it will be. It will be feedback time on Post and Perspectives with Swift Adirito.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, Souq News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshi. I'm the CEO Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souq News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souq News, okay? Stay updated with Souq News.
My name is Aton Kame. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching Souq News and stay glued to Souq News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souq News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
Welcome back. My name is Swift Adirito, and this is Post and Perspectives. And basically, what this segment of the show is to actually say thank you to you, our viewers, by reading your comments and everything you have to say. And of course, getting your comments back to the front burner team that have been burning up the building, of course, to analyze and talk about it. Let's jump right into it. So the first topic we're touching on is visa to establish data center in Nigeria. And we have Monday Johnson. Monday, good morning and thank you for joining us today. And you ask a question, will it benefit the common man out there? And there is a question mark. Monday. All right, so the next person we have is Paul, and Paul says, Nigeria is too corrupt for any establishment to work. Bribery and corruption are so deep among leaders. Come on. And of course, the last person we have commenting has to be Dunstan. Dunstan says, with the power source, with which power source are they planning to use to power the database center? And there's a question mark. They should better go and build power structure first before that. If not, talking about power structure, blessing, you on my hot seat. You're looking, you smiled when they said that they should go and build a power source. I'm asking, all the three comments are sounding like doubting Thomases.
Yes, they are. Even though they've asked vital questions, but the thing is, they do not need to build a power center first, because let's look at how the telecom masts function, how they run. So they use alternative power supply or power source to keep them running. So if they could do that, it just means that for a data center, you have to replicate that in a more or in a bigger form, so that you're able to sustain power operations, because you know what a data center is. It houses data that other networks rely on. So it's more like the hub where everything is connected or routed through, and then it functions. So that's why it's very capital intensive. So if you have to think of how to sustain power and how to even have those servers that cost a whole lot, and you need to have all the systems running, the manpower, because you need skilled people to handle all of that. So it's capital intensive, really, and it's going to be more like premium service. So the target markets, rather, are going to be high-end users, high-end companies that know the kind of service that they offer. So eventually they will get their money. So it's just a good business venture for them. We only hope that this kind of venture can be replicated. But given how cost-intensive or capital-intensive it is, it's going to take a whole lot. Maybe some collaboration, some partnership, some support too from government to local firms, small firms, to be able to do this, so that we also have some form of competition, that will also favor you and I in terms of the price we have to pay for services like this at the end of the day.
Thank you so much. Talking about skilled, somebody just dropped it this morning that Blessing is so skilled. There's no topic she can't talk about. Talking about Femi Wash. She's in the building, just in case you don't know. Of course, the next topic that was properly dissected has to do with Nigerians urged to adopt Singapore's leadership model. And this one is from Obioma. Obioma, thank you for joining me this morning. You said, sometimes I try to believe this, but I don't accept it as truth. Nigeria was doing okay, and we were in a better shape than Singapore when we got independence. If you go on YouTube and watch some of the videos, you would appreciate the intentional efforts that were made to develop themselves. And of course, the next person is Iru. I like your DP picture. You have a very amazing red cap. And you say Singapore has no natural resources, not a single one, yet it is one of the richest countries on earth. They have one thing that supersedes all natural resources, and you say that is true leadership. And of course, the final person I'm taking has to be Lawrence, and Lawrence says, see, Singapore is a masterclass in nation building. While the West taxed innovation, Singapore built the perfect environment for success. Political stability, zero tolerance for corruption, and legal system investors can trust. Doctor, I'm on you for this one. Talking about leadership and all Singapore has built. Is it a good option to ask Nigeria to adopt Singapore's leadership model?
Well, there's no anything that is truer than that we have seen a nation that was rejected. Like the Holy Book says, the stone that the builder rejected became the head of the cornerstone. And I think that is the story of Singapore. And to say that we were far ahead of them, in short, it was not even in the league, if you were to count, when we had independence in 1960. 1965 was the first time, 1963, as Lee Kuan Yew visited Nigeria. And his aim was to come to learn from us, really, because the whole of the third world was looking up to Nigeria. And I remember the Indian vice president in one of the Commonwealth meetings in 1972 actually said that the whole of the non-aligned world were looking up to Nigeria for leadership. And of course, that there was no other person who could do it than Nigeria. But look at where we are today. And of course, issues that have to do with leadership failure. But when you talk about leadership failure, also understand that leaders are taken from the midst of the people. You don't import leaders from anywhere. So when you have a people who are grossly corrupt, and then, of course, you are having a culture that hero worship, it becomes very difficult for you really to provide genuine leadership. And I think these are issues that we have to confront. But for us to be able to arrive at what Singapore were able to do in terms of taking away the third world mentality from the head of Singaporean, then, of course, the political environment needs to be utterly controlled so that we have a zero tolerance for corruption. That is the only way we can follow that route. I said to Priya earlier today that you cannot eat an omelette without breaking an egg. Yes. If we must have to imbibe the Singapore model, then of course we have to follow their process.
Look,
that means a lot of eggs.
I'm thinking of a show for you where you just have to give these idioms and African proverbs continuously.
I think you are seeing the future because Doc and I are supposed to be anchoring the show. So all I do is I come up with the analysis. I don't say anything, and Doc just gives the answer. Simple. What do you think?
It makes sense.
You'll be the producer.
As long as you pay me for it. As long as you pay me for it, because at the start of the show today, the doctor talked about money, making some money. So I intend to make money. Of course, I'm up for it.
Talking about making money, the last thing I'm going through talks about analyzing food safety and sanitizing the food business industry. And Johnson is here. Johnson says, instead of pursuing laws to create meaningless development commissions, our state and House of Representatives should be tightening laws on counterfeiting. Counterfeiters deserve the death penalty. That's tick. The next person is Chief. Chief, we greet you, sir. You say raids would not stop fake products. Government should come up with a framework for better reward and consequence program. I agree with you. And of course, the final person here is Akintola or Akintola Tolu. You say fake drugs and drink is attempted murder and should be treated as such. Talking about one of the men that you come from a town where drinks are important, what do you have to quickly say before we run off?
Okay, deterrence measures. Government need to run deterrence measures. It must not only be criminalized. We must have to let the people know, the perpetrators know that, look, you are committing, you are killing people. You are spoiling people's lungs, people's organs. You are damaging them. That's what your action does. And we have to take commensurate action to make sure we deter those behaviors.
All right, talking about deterring people, I'm about to leave you, but don't worry, I'm not leaving you alone. I'm going to be bringing somebody fresh. I call him the man that knows everything about sports. And if you want to find out what Nigeria did and the World Cup qualifier and who played what and what did what, then you need to stick with Honorable Chooks as he comes in to give you everything you need to know about sports. See you at the top.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marseille Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, The National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Her historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events such as the Independence Day in 1960 when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment.
Hello and welcome to the time when we talk money, we talk business. We'll tell you where sports is moving, who is getting the right, who is paying, who is buying, who is losing. My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq, and welcome to Souq Sports. We go straight to those that are making money. Puma, yes, you heard me right. Puma, they have come out to announce that since Hamilton joined Formula One Ferrari, that their replica has sold 8 times. Now multiply 8 by, it's well over 100,000, over 100 million. Now, they've not put figures to it, but we know that it's going to go into the billions. So congratulations to Puma. I hope they are ready with this particular outing to also pay the tax that is involved, because we are all queuing for that money. Let's get straight to what's happening in Africa. Super Sports, all about media. Super Sports, congratulations to them. Now, they are a paid TV station, and they are all around Africa and beyond. They have the right to the remaining matches of the World Cup qualifiers in the entire sub-Saharan Africa. Now, I ask this question, who is going to compete with them? Well, your answer is better than mine. Now, India has also submitted their interest to host the 2030 Commonwealth Games. The last time they did this was 20 years ago, and there were some question marks about overspending and the way the games came out. But we wish them the best because they have improved and they are getting better. Let's also see who will submit that interest and compete with India. Let's get to tennis, where it's happening. The big boys are in Miami as we speak, and rackets are swinging and men, women are sweating it out. Now, Florida is hosting the best of the best in tennis, and ATP Masters 1000. It's telling us directly that the prize pool is about 9,193,540. That's for this edition, 2025 edition. Now, the winner will take 1,124,380, while the doubles team will split 457,150. People keep saying that tennis is a whole lot of money, but you don't understand that right from the age of 5, 7, they've been swinging these rackets, and when they get to qualify and get this good, in a week, the money is rolling, the bank accounts swell, and managers are following, bank managers are smiling. Now let's get to football. World Cup qualifiers are on the way all through last weekend, and today, tomorrow, and the day after, nations around the world will be playing their World Cup qualifiers. Congratulations to Nigeria. They beat Rwanda on Friday. They will be doing it again today and tomorrow against Zimbabwe. Other countries will be playing today. We wish them the best and hope to see them go from 4th position, 4 points below South Africa, and get to top Group C. To everyone out there, keep praying, keep believing. My name is Souq John Rogers. We'll do this again tomorrow.
smiling for two reasons. One, that the match between Nigeria and Rwanda on Friday ended in favor of Nigeria. That's the 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifiers game. Yes, kudos to the Super Eagles. There are more matches to play. I do hope that it becomes winning streak for Super Eagles. And at the end of the day, you do not have to bring calculators and begin to calculate, so how many points did Zimbabwe or Rwanda have? How many points do we need to score? I hope it's win, win, win all the way. So victory is our prayer for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. If you like Nigeria, if you love the Super Eagles of Nigeria, you can also join us in that prayer. They say the god of football is Nigerian. Well, I know that everyone claims that the god of football is of their nationality. So I'm Blessing AJ. Thank you so much for watching the show today. If you did not have the chance to comment on conversations talked about today, we'll give you another. At Souq News, that's the handle on all social media platforms, and on YouTube, Souq News TV. You can just hashtag the front burners and make a comment regarding the conversations talked about today. Do you think that for our political leaders, we need to emulate the leadership style of the first Prime Minister of Singapore, Yin Kuan Yew? If that's what you think, or you think otherwise, you can also talk about that. And for the digital economy, what do we need to harness all the benefits? These are the conversations that were discussed today. You can just share your opinion. Don't forget food safety. Wash your hands, ensure that whatever food you're consuming is wholesome. And for those who make money by selling fake drugs, see, it is not only when you go to maybe a herbalist, or I'm not using herbalist, when you go to a witch doctor to say you want to do money rituals, that's not the only time you are a ritualist. But if your business claims the lives of people, now the verdict from the front burners table is that you also are a ritualist. So change, because you don't want to have the blood of people on your hands. Doc?
Yeah, they say failure is not final. It doesn't matter what happened in the market last week. The sentiment may be bearish, but I can tell you it can begin very well today. Connect with Souq News, and then, of course, you know how to climb up the wet ladder. We will be here back again tomorrow to set fire on the issues that make the world a better place.
For you, Krumale.
Yes, and from me, good morning to you. See you tomorrow.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souq News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoin you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souq News, okay? Stay updated with Souq News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching Souq News and stay glued to Souq News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souq News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological, and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jelma head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jelma, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of textual sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage, during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous, to the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem me free to come to National Museum anytime they feel like we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. You know, even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it was great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that are presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think it gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalafe, Souq Perspective.
Okay, thank you so much. I think the bill is a good one for Nigeria. And I think that the bill will be a catalyst for business to thrive in Nigeria. So my position and my perspective to the bill would be that it will be a very positive one for Nigeria going forward. If eventually the bill scales through the legislative processes and it have actually eventually become a law. So that would be my position. Thank you. Yeah, the bill will help business in different areas. Let me mention, for instance, the payee is part of cost for a business. It's part of staff cost. And for especially small businesses, which are the major backbone of the economy, the bill is proposing a reduction, that is proposing tax exemption for some category of lower staff cadre, which in essence is a cost reduction for businesses. So by that, it will help the business to thrive. Also, many people will come, by virtue of that, employ more people, which will bring a robust activity for the economy. And at the same time, there's some category of people that their tax will also be reduced compared to what is currently in operation. So it is a positive atmosphere for business. And when you look at it from the perspective of VAT too, you also see that there's going to be zero tax on some product. There's also going to be a tax exempt on some products, especially for masses, people, low income earner. So some certain products, there's going to be exemption. There's some certain product that's going to be zero tax rated. So by that, it will bring a more robust business activity. So by it, and then it will have positive effect on business and economy in general. Yeah, the argument is important. It's very, very important. But when you look at it, fix and fix, the small business, it will encourage more small business. And also, even the 50 million turnover is not a small thing for business, though it is still small relatively to the economic activity. Then, but it is a plus, right? And again, for business that their activity are more than 15 million, then it's good that they should pay tax and contribute little as company income tax to back to the economy. Now, if their taxes are used judiciously, then it will bring more infrastructure to the economy. Then there will be development in the country. Then we'll also be able to look at the advanced country. We envy them, we look at them that they are infrastructures in places, then these things are not cheap. They are not cheap. So, but the main focus for now is that is in a positive trend. It's a positive trend. I encourage that the bill should be passed and the implementation then should be followed up so that it will bring a positive effect to the economic generally and the business will thrive going forward. Well, I don't see disadvantage, but I see challenge. Okay. Yeah, one of the things is that naturally, human beings were adverse to change. So if something is bringing a change, especially when you want to take us out of a comfort zone, we may not want to willingly agree with it. But for me, I think the positive and the benefits outweigh whatever probably challenge or the disadvantage we may envisage. So I still strongly believe that the bill is in the right direction for us. Oh, okay. I think from the angle of the value added tax, what I would like to say in that area is that it will help the lower income earners because, like I mentioned earlier, that there's some products that's going to be zero rated, which means that there is not going to be tax VAT on them. There are some that are totally tax VAT exempted, so which means that, and these products, they are products that are commonly they are everybody really, but more of a masses low income earner will not with the VAT that will have been paid on it will have been an impact on them, then it's taking off. So I think from that perspective is also a good and a welcome one. And compared to what was proposed before, a general increase in the VAT rate across board. So this one is narrow it down to a particular area. So wherein it also exempt or puts zero rated on some products that are commonly used by the masses. So it's a positive direction. It's a good one. Yeah, okay. One, from the tax perspective, one of the very good things about this bill is that it allows that you claim input fats. VAT is what you sell, what you buy. So the net effect of it is what you remit. Then this bill also helps to claim some expenses which currently is not in operation. So it's a positive one. Then again, you mentioned the increase in the VAT going forward. Well, let's appreciate that the increase is going to be gradual. That's one. Then two, let's also remember that the VAT, some of these products, they are not going to be with VAT again. That with common people like me and you, transport, there's not going to be VAT on it. Rent, no VAT on it. Food item, no VAT on it any longer. And many more. Health, no VAT on it any longer. So you can see that the VAT is going to be increased gradually, but it's not across board. So those basic that we know is every day is already been taken care of. So I think it should give it to the people that work on this bill. Okay, thank you so much for that angle and the question. I want to say that Federal Inland Revenue Services, they are really trying. And I can tell you, there's no system that doesn't have its own challenge. But FRS, they are trying. And they are moving from those days of Alanok. Now we have tax promise. You can do your filing right from the comfort of your office. You don't need to visit their office, except there is a challenge. Right? So, they are doing well, but they are not yet at the best. So, and there is room for improvement. They are already deploying technology. So, what they need to do is to scale up and up to the task. But currently, they are doing well. So, they just need to improve. Well, it depends on the perspective you look at it. Is it shrinking? Yes, we have some companies that are no more within the soul of the Nigerian. So in that case, their taxes is no more coming to us. But again, look at other businesses that are springing forth. So definitely those are coming to the tax net. And then again, there are some companies that are not businesses that are not in tax net. So through the use of technologies by FRS, they're already bringing them to tax net. So the tax net is increasing. So the net effect of it, you can say, is increasing. Though we have some that are leaving the south of Nigeria. So net effect of it, the tax net is increasing. Because we have people businesses that are coming to Nigeria, and we have people that are businesses that are already in Nigeria, but they are not in tax net, but they are already bringing them to tax net. So it's like they are looking at perspective of increasing the threshold from 25 million to 50 million, as the case may be. Yeah. So are they saying that government should also still be taxing 25 million? Threshold? So we should applaud the bill that give opportunity for businesses that their threshold is less than 50 million, as the case may be. So, but from that angle, if you are looking at it that the business is shrinking, I don't see from that angle. I see from the angle of if the business is doing well and you are not to pay tax, rent, then your business is becoming robust, then you exceed the 50 million threshold. Then you also come back to the tax to be paying. So it's a way of giving boost to the business. And by the time the business is doing well beyond that threshold, then they'll be able to give back to the society. So it's a win-win situation. It's like giving a kind of relief to a business for them to thrive. And when they become better, doing well, then it's an encouragement to business, which they will also come to the net after that. So it's a good one. The chairman of the year.
The chairman.
Souq.
Yes. How would you assess his performance so far?
Yeah, I think Mr. Souq is a reformer. Yes. Looking at the step he has taken after assuming the office, and I also see that he's somebody that is listening. He has a close relationship with the former chairman of FRS. Probably he has learned some of things from him, challenges that he faced when he was there. So I think he's helping the current chairman. And if you look at the revenue they are getting, they are meeting up with the target. And at the same time, if you look at the staff, I don't see much of issues, challenges within them. So those are the indices that you can look at from the performance of a leader. Look at the staff that is leading. Look at the target, the businesses also. Are they fairly? So I think he's doing well, but he can do better.
Every March, we celebrate Women's History Month, a time to honor the incredible contributions of women throughout history. It's a month dedicated to recognizing the struggles, achievements, and resilience of women who have shaped our world in politics, science, the arts, activism, and beyond. The Women's History Month movement began in 1980 when former U.S. President Jimmy Carter declared the week of March 8th as National Women's History Week. Just 7 years later, in 1987, the U.S. Congress expanded it to the full month of March, solidifying the national commitment to telling the untold stories of women's contributions. For centuries, women's achievements were often overlooked or erased from history books. Yet, they have been at the forefront of change, fighting for equal rights, breaking barriers, and revolutionizing industries. Women's History Month isn't just about the past, it's about the present and the future. Despite progress, challenges remain. Women continue to fight for equal pay, representation in leadership, and access to education and health care. That is why this month serves as both a celebration and a call to action. It reminds us to amplify women's voices, challenge inequalities, and create a future where every woman and girl has the opportunity to thrive. We can educate ourselves on stories of trailblazing women. We can support women-owned businesses, mentor young girls, and advocate for policies that empower women. This March, Let's celebrate the past, embrace the present, and empower the future. Happy Women's History Month. Antonia Umo, Souq News Television.
Well, I would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him, being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry. Power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Shehu Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring Dahiru Sadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere. And the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. Definitely it's not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that, okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chele going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even those that are born abroad. You can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Nwaneri, and there's an Okoli, there's Ndidi, both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of the Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at the point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes, because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians, it's neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports, you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All-Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all around this country. And you need to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league, talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons or the group of persons who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian League over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists, that are practitioners there, not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that, the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it. And that's content. And you post it, and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abeta, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they are still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now, for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for consumption of Nigerians, so they can make cheap money from telcos and from the brewing industry. They made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league. Then they will tell them, who will watch Nigerian league? I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. Some of us that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here. We are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can. If we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer and should I call myself a pseudo-politician? Not quite a politician, but I've served in government before. And I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by Souq to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was. Because Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy, to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became High Commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was the position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God, in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women once were not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do, And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife
going
and
strong.
The kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class upper. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. I mean, my father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun, God bless his memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I won't say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife, went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, you know, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me. And I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then, filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to do with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they are quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. Now, that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair, in fairness. We ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to drop a new one? If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means they've indirectly approved the 1999 constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments, as to whether the 1999 constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has the advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We are doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the Macpherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC. So they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country. And it's just a question of its continuing with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. Their decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Oshun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Oshun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed. And the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Or the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. You know, there's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
My name is Muiba Wonu Folami, an indigenous of Lagos State, Ikorodu, to be specific. I was born in Lagos 86 years ago, and to the glory of God, I'm still alive and well, and trying to be relative in the cause of women. I attended primary school. I started at Ansarudin Alakuru School. From there to CMS Girls School, and then Queen's College, Lagos. From Queen's College, I went to the Portsmouth College of Technology for my A-levels, and then University of London for my first degree in law. The same university for my master's degree in law. I had, between obtaining my master's and my first degree, I was in Nigeria to do the mandatory law school course. I was one of the last people to do a 3-month course before it was changed to 1 year. And then went back to England for my master's. And from there to lecture at the University of Zambia. Back to Nigeria, I was appointed by Dr. Taslim Elias, the CJ of Nigeria, to the Commission for Advanced Notice to Lawyers of Developments in Law. It was a commission funded by the Ford Foundation to keep lawyers abreast of the developments in law. I was a director there. Then from there, I was admitted to the Federal Ministry of Justice. Right after being legal advisor to many ministries, I ended up as the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Federation. And after that, whilst I was the Director of DPP, I was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. After retirement, I've been involved in social work, in religion. I've always had religion, but I spend more time on religion. I read, I watch telly, and I live a good life to the glory of God. You see, when you begin to think that it was not until 2007 that women started to get equal pay in tennis tournaments. And it was something that was fought for. Little things like that does not add to equality. But when it was done, it may be small, but at work, even at work in employment, women are still discriminated against. And most women do 2 jobs. They look after the home, and they do the normal work that a man does in an office. Why I fail to understand this inequality in the treatment of women is that the work, the responsibilities in a workplace is not reduced for women, even though we do not want to be paid the same salary as men. It's a fight that has continued, and in that area, I think we need to do more to push for more recognition. Women have contributed immensely to the society. The men that are now resisting equal pay were brought up by women. That's what I do not understand, that they can think like that. We continue to push.
But how can we speed this up?
By bringing it to the attention of world powers, recognition by every country of equal opportunities, equal pay. I want to know, I want somebody to explain to me the jobs that women cannot do.
Yeah.
They've contributed immensely. Even in the new thing, IT, we're at par with men. So I do not see the reason for it. Unfortunately, I did not experience it because when I left university, I practiced law briefly in my uncle's chambers before I went to University of Zambia as a lecturer. There, my position was enhanced in the sense that I was a foreigner and I got all the benefits of being a foreigner, serving in their service. Fortunately, in Nigeria today, the federal government does not discriminate in terms of salaries. Whether you're a man or a woman, you get the same salary scale. And you are promoted on equal basis. Kudos to the federal government, to Nigeria for that. But in the private sector, things are different. In some companies, this is the areas that we have to work on because the job content is the same. Some of these facilities are available in Nigeria. I learned by being a member of the Society for the Disabled that every government body must admit a certain percentage of women and of disabled people. So most times this opportunity is not taken. They are bound to employ them. We continue to push for that to be implemented in most ministries. It's important because it's there. You have to take a certain percentage of disabled people to work in government positions. It's important that we work to enforce that rule in our society. When it comes to discrimination, Nigeria is way, way ahead of some developed countries because we, through slavery, we faced discrimination right from the beginning. We now know how to resist it. But in my country, Nigeria, in the federal government, in the state government, there is no discrimination. It may happen in private organizations, but they must continue to push to let them understand that the job content is the same. Well, you see, traditionally, under our culture, women are in the other room. To borrow the quotation. Yeah. That's our society. That's our culture. It's going to take a long time to evolve. In my time, female education was not so-called popular. It's only the educated few that strove to send their children to school, their girl child to school. They end up trading with their mothers or going to market and getting married off early. But as education began to rise in our community, its value was seen by my parents and others of their contemporaries to educate the girl child. And I believe the society is benefiting from that. So we must continue push for the education of women, of girls. I have thought that, you know, when I read that, the certain state government has appointed look at our National Assembly, 4 women in the Senate. Isn't that shameful? And that is the society. We have to continue to push women up. Let these political parties know that we want women. Let us organize ourselves to continue to vote for women massively. I give kudos to our governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. His cabinet is, women is well represented in his cabinet. And I enjoy that, I love him for that. And I continue to urge him to do more. He's done a lot. I think Lagos State has the largest representative of women in cabinet. First of all, they have to project themselves in their office space, their workspace. Let everybody know that they are equal to the task. Let us organize. There's a lot of society groups and societies that cater for the interests of women. I believe now violence against women is reducing in the society because there are sanctions for such behavior. I must say that speaking to the organization in charge of violence against women, I was amused to learn that some men come there to complain and that they are also being violated and abused.
Yes, it's a two-way thing.
It's a two-way thing. So that is reducing our society. Education of the girl child is important. We have to let the locals know that education is important. Let them showcase to them the lives of those who have been educated and who are holding high positions. I'm glad that our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has returned history to the classrooms. It's important. Let them know about people that have contributed to the development of our societies and country. It's important. Yes, it's education. It's education. Once people are educated and they know that there is nothing a man can do that a woman cannot do when it comes to the workplace. We have women engineers, miners, and also all of that. Give me a job specific that a woman cannot do, then I'll change my views. So the moment you begin to upgrade education, let government now continue to vote more for education. I don't believe we are doing enough. There is a UN convention, and I think Nigeria is part of that convention, that a certain amount of a nation's income should be devoted to education. I'm not sure whether Nigeria is complying with that. But some states are better than others. And we must, education, I believe in education of the girl child. Some states now are taking children, girls off the street, hawking completely prohibited. Things like that will help. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we are not advanced enough to use our votes to change things. We are still not voting for individuals. We are voting for party, irrespective of performance. Education will help. And when we join other nations for the same purpose, we get results. Our organizations who are fighting for women in Nigeria should join worldwide organizations to showcase our own situation and learn. I believe that when you talk to others, you come back with ideas on how to improve things. So we must improve things by telling women in positions to show, to continue to prove that they are more than up to the task. It will not come to us on a platter of gold. We must show by our actions and behavior that we are up to the task. Of course, some women are wrong in claiming equal rights to their husbands in the house. I completely abhor that behavior. Even though they are husband and wife, the man in my culture remains the head. You should be respected. You should be respected. It's only now the condition of living is so high that you join the two incomes together to run the house. In the past, it was the men that ran the house to pay for everything. Maybe some of these women are thinking that because they are contributing a quota to the development, that they have equal rights. Yes, they have equal rights on the upbringing of the children in their homes and everything. But respect is important. That will keep the home, and the children will learn and imbibe it into their own children too. Equal right does not, in my view, mean that you can be rude, can not submit to your husband's wishes. Equal right means something differently. Respect comes out of it. It's important. I go out and I'm like appalled at the way women dress. There's a competition to show as much of your body, to do that much as your, to do as much of your body that you can. It's absolutely difficult. They're not women. They're no longer women. The exposure, things that if you did in my time, a member of the community will cover you with a cloth and send you home. Because community mattered at that time. You dare not misbehave outside your compound because this community is watching you and reprimanding you if you go wrong, if you behave badly outside. That is law. And that is why you see people, even their dressing, show disrespect to womanhood and to themselves and to the community. We must learn, teach our children etiquette of dressing, speech, how to think and speak in a decent manner. We don't have it anymore. We're losing it, and it's shameful. because people are appreciating naked women on the streets. Both sides. If people dress badly and you tell them and you ignore them, they won't try the next time. For instance, I believe nobody can dress to come to my house or to come to my party like a naked woman. I will turn her back. I will turn her back. So that's the type of thing that we should all do. Let the people doing this know that we do not appreciate things like this. When the society itself corrects it, we must correct it individually. If their parents cannot correct it, we must, by ignoring them and not allowing them to come near us. Show our women that have contributed to the society. Yeah. Show them, showcase them. Showcase them.
Yeah.
We have the first woman senior advocate of Nigeria. We have Okonjo Iweala. We have, in the UN. We have all sorts. We have, what's this pharmaceutical woman? She's done so much. The younger ones are there. Little ones like Shadi Okoya is managing her husband's company and doing well. Let's encourage them. They are young. The young ones, they are working to improve the society. There's so many of them out there. We should showcase them. Let them know that we have women who are of top quality, intelligent, and well-behaved, and they dress well. Dressing well is dressing in a manner that is appealing to the eyes, not nakedness. That's my darling, this new CJN of Nigeria. Okay. Who do that? I did talk about Kekere. I mean, we're there. Female CJN. Yeah. And there are so many female chief judges all over the Federation. There are so many in the medical profession, in the engineering profession. We have pilots. So let them know that there is nothing that a woman cannot do. In IT, in everything, women are moving forward. We should showcase them. We should let their pictures be seen in our newspapers, in our news, in everything, to encourage young girls that you too can get there. If they don't see, and if they don't know the history of these women, how they got there, they too will not be inspired. We have to inspire the young people with the achievements of women achievers. Kekere rose from magistrate to right to the top. I admire her. She's well composed, well behaved. Some of these people, when they become something, they lose their heads. They start no, she's so respectful, well behaved, well dressed. I don't think she would allow herself or her children to come out naked. Never. So people like that, Okonjo Iweala the same. We have a lot.
The much-anticipated Super Leader Conference kicked off with energy and enthusiasm in Lagos as the host, Apostle Success Haruna, delivered a transformative opening presentation. The conference, themed Leader Shift brought together renowned speakers to redefine leadership and influence. The first speaker set the tone, emphasizing the essence of a super leader, one who communicates effectively, provides resources, recognizes both the strengths and weaknesses of others, and supports them rather than feeling insecure. He also highlighted team building as a critical component of leadership.
I said one of the factors is because our marriage is a beautiful marriage for 17 years. So we have been able to model what a good marriage is to the people. Speaking, I have up to 16 people, 14 to 16 people living in my house. It has been so from the day one of our marriage. They've never heard our voice. 17 years together as husband and wife. They've never seen us scream at each other. They've never seen us fight. They've never seen us argue, and they're hearing our voices outside. In 17 years of marriage, with the number, we have never had less than 10 people live with us from the day one of our marriage until this present moment. So what you model as a leader is easily communicated to your subject. That's where
The second speaker, Emeka Anslim, stressed that leadership is not about appointment or selection, but about direction. He illustrated this with an analogy.
You've created freedom to learn other things. Seeing that he's going to learn again while others teach. Then when he comes back on top again. Right? Transfer yourself in people so they can take up tasks for you. When you raise leaders, you gain far more people than you can ever imagine in this world. Raise leaders, transfer your values, your nature, your culture into people. This is so important. This is so important. One of the ways by which we become an effective leader. Productive. Produce people after your kind. That's what God even commanded. Produce people after what? Produce after what?
According to him, effective leadership attracts followership by sustaining the interest of those who believe in and depend on a leader's vision. He emphasized vision, uniqueness, innovation, and creativity as core pillars of leadership. Adding a touch of humor and engagement, the third speaker, Ambassador Victor Walsh Oluwafemi, led participants in a brief exercise before moving into his presentation. He focused on leadership as influence, referencing key individuals who have impacted lives in diverse ways. He reminded participants that learning and education comes at a cost, making the convener's fee gesture invaluable.
And I grabbed that message that leadership is influence. Yeah. You can influence people either positively or negatively. And the question I ask people that what has been your influence? What have you been able to do in people's life? Are you able to influence them positively or negatively? Many of us do this thing a lot. The role of social media. That even as a leader, you need to be conscious of how you portray yourself on social media, right? That's why I went with that handsome man, uncomfortable. Again, you know, social media has revolutionized leadership influence. However, it must be managed wisely. So we see some crazy set of very young boys, sorry for my language, and some will just come and say, I'm a coach.
Of influence. He also advised leaders to be strategic, particularly in the use of social media, emphasizing the importance of knowing when to...
The conference was amazing. Leadership was the real deal. You know, it was content rich. All the speakers were very impactful. The points were, you know, very, very valid and practicable. So it was a very big one for me. I'm so grateful that I'm here today. You know, this is the best use of my time today.
To realize that to be a leader, a true leader, you have to show your followers what you want them to do. You share your vision with them and also do the work. Let them see what you're doing. They'll be able to replicate.
Basically, is for me, is emotional intelligence in influence. in influencing people. So it's so profound for me, and I'm taking that back into my space.
The third speaker, he got to identify some types of leaders, and one of them was a transformational leader. That was really awesome. Like, I'd like to be a transformational leader, one that leads and then leave a mark when I'm gone. Yes.
And reassess. The conference wrapped up.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from River State, from Opobo in River State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university, and we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but we kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king, and he gave me a hug and he gave me a pic, and they were like, whoa, the upper Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all. I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came. Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they told them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them. For us, Absolutely, upbringing. Upbringing and my personal choice too. Because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this. You're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, just get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you say. If you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point carrying all the chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Daily seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors, but when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Lever Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one. So it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be here. All the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC words, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting. And with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children you will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy, whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family, and I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation. So I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said, they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was enough encouragement. You make more money doing your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. Which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like ashok and I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities. So that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah, this is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, look around like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her. And I modeled the clothes, actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week. You know, I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will invite me, the top fashion designers there would, when the Alfadi does this thing once every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept them. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, you know. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that is spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt They wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, you know. What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well. They love you. They want to take care of you. But nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women. Some leave. Some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can. Financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him. But let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy. It makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest and the chest will be expanding and they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth no matter whose house is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house. So maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of, I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come in. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people. I believe in education and that. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them, I train from a distance, and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, an act of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
Interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral, which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined, with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a global future market insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three...
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining me on the Media News on Souq News TV. I'm Blessing AG. Let's get the headlines. Tinubu unveils 125 kilometers Benin-Asaba highway for development. Nigeria to exchange technical know-how with Egypt. Federal government says Nigeria needs $6.25 billion yearly to fix housing deficits. And federal government seeks stakeholders' support for ECOWAS highway projects. Now to this of the news. President Bola Tinubu has launched the 125 kilometers Benin-Asaba highway set for completion in 30 months. Represented by Edo State Governor Senator Monday Ukpebulu, Tinubu described the project as crucial for boosting regional connectivity and economic growth. Ukpebulu highlighted Edo State's rapid infrastructural progress, comparing its development to Lagos. Minister of Works Dave Umahi praised Ukpebulu's leadership, noting Edo's transformation into construction of hubs in under 150 days. The Minister of Finance, Wale Edwin, assured that funding for the highway is secured to ensure smooth execution. Delta State Governor Sheriff Oborowori, represented by his deputy, Monday Onyemi, welcomed the project and urged the federal government to extend it to the Onitsha Bridge. He emphasized the road's importance as a key link between Nigeria's eastern and western regions, fostering economic and social integration. The federal government is set to exchange technical know-how with Egypt on power generation and transmission. Minister of Power Adebayo Adilabu, who disclosed this at a meeting with the Egyptian ambassador to Nigeria, Mohammed Fouad, described the country as a role model in the power sector. Adilabu also reaffirmed the government's commitment to rural development through improved electricity access. The minister expressed Nigeria's interest in learning from Egypt's experience in energy generation, transmission, and distribution, adding that the success in Egypt led to the engagement with a private industry player with a view towards stabilizing Nigeria's power sector. In a collaborative effort, the Honorable Minister of Works, David Umahi, has urged China to increase investment and enhance technology transfer to Nigeria. Speaking during a courtesy visit from the Chinese ambassador, Yu Dunhai, Umahi highlighted ongoing infrastructure projects handled by Chinese firms and called for deeper economic collaboration. Umahi commended China's advanced infrastructure development and requested specialized training for Nigerian engineers. He also urged expedited discussions on the Naira swap deal, which he believes will facilitate seamless financial transactions and strengthen bilateral ties. Ambassador Yu Dunhai praised Nigeria's economic potential and cultural diversity. He lauded President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's leadership in infrastructure development and assured full cooperation in deepening economic and technological collaboration, particularly with Nigeria's recent inclusion in BRICS. Turning attention now to housing matters, the federal government says Nigeria needs $6.25 billion annually to tackle its housing deficit of over 28 million units. Housing Minister Ahmed Dangiwa, speaking at the Renewed Hope Housing Summit, highlighted poor policy implementation as a major setback. He noted that 500,000 housing units must be built yearly to meet growing demand. To address the crisis, the government is pursuing public-private partnerships, including a deal with Shelter Africa Development Bank to deliver 5,000 homes, with 6,612 units already under construction in Abuja, Lagos, and Kano. Dangiwa called for greater private sector collaboration. Senate Committee Chairman Aminu Tambuwa and Summit Convener Dr. Olayemi Rosimu Shodimu stressed the need for swift action to ensure this commitment deliver real homes for Nigerians. In another development, the federal government has clarified that the compressed natural gas loan program for private drivers is not yet operational. The program director of the presidential CNG initiative, Michael Oluwagbemi, said the framework is still being finalized with Credit Corps and other financial institutions. He added that the program is expected to commence in the second quarter of 2025. Oluwagbemi noted that despite the delay, over 40,000 vehicles had already been converted to CNG, including 10,000 incentivized by PCNGI. He also highlighted the ongoing commercial incentive program, which provides free or subsidized conversions for commercial vehicle operators, stating that it has been operational since late 2024. He further revealed that refueling infrastructure is expanding, with 54 licensed stations now active across 10 states. At least 125 to 150 new stations are expected within a year to meet rising demand. He attributed growing queues at refueling stations to increase vehicle conversions and the time required to establish new facilities. Up on the news, Federal High Court establishes insolvency unit to bring you details in a bit to stay.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souq News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Many thanks for staying tuned to the media news on Souq News TV. Moving on, the Federal High Court has announced the creation of an insolvency unit to oversee company restructuring and dissolution in Nigeria. The unit, approved by the Chief Judge, Justice John Terimbe-Soho, will focus on company voluntary arrangements, administration, receivership, and winding up processes, ensuring compliance with key laws, including the Companies and Allied Matters Act, AMCON Act, and NDIC Act. A statement from the court's chief registrar, Suleiman Amida Hassan, emphasized that the unit aligns with global best practices, providing specialized services to modernize insolvency proceedings. Stakeholders have been encouraged to leverage this initiative for efficient insolvency management and company restructuring in Nigeria. Away from that, the federal government has urged stakeholders along the Agbara-Badagry corridor to support the ECOWAS-Abidjan-Lagos Highway project. Federal Controller of Works in Lagos State, Engineer Olukorede Kisha, made the appeal during a stakeholders meeting in Agbara, emphasizing the need for community cooperation, especially on the designated right-of-way. She warned that new structures built after enumeration would not be compensated and assured that concerns like street lighting and bridge expansions are included in the project design. The highway, spanning 5 West African countries, will feature a 10-lane road to boost trade and ease cross-border movement. Project Director David Nwedu highlighted its economic importance, noting that the route handles 75% of ECOWAS trade activities. He added that the project would create thousands of jobs and stimulate industrial growth along the corridor. Elsewhere, the federal government has approved the temporary closure of Samuel Ladoke Akintola Airport in Ibadan
to allow for major upgrade works. The Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, FAN, announced that the closure aligns with International Civil Aviation Organization, explained that the Oyo State government is upgrading the airport to international standards. She emphasized that the closure is necessary to ensure passenger and staff safety during the remodeling process. FAN appealed for patience from airport users while assuring stakeholders that the upgrades will improve aviation services. The Nigeria Airspace Management Agency, NAMA, has officially closed the airport's runway until further notice. And the federal government has introduced a standard operating procedure to regulate gold mining in Zamfara State. Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dele Alaki, announced the measure during the first anniversary of the Mining Marshals, a security body combating illegal mining. He said a new code ensures transparent mining practices while curbing criminal activities and mineral smuggling. Alaki highlighted the role of the mining marshals in enforcing regulations and protecting licensed miners from bandit attacks through collaboration with security agencies. Only registered agents can transport minerals, with violators facing confiscation and persecution. He also emphasized the economic benefits of legal mining and reaffirmed the government's commitment to tackling illegal activities through stricter enforcement and advanced monitoring. Julius Berger has announced that the Port Harcourt Road coming from Aba will be completed before 29th May 2025. The road has deteriorated over the years. It is now restoring hope to residents of its reconstruction. The completion of the Port Harcourt Road will rebuild the connection from Aba to Port Harcourt, as well as other states like Enugu and River State. It will also be a gateway to the South-South and Southwest markets. Julius Berger reiterated in a statement that the contract for the construction of the road included a 3-lane carriageway with a total length of 5.7 kilometers. The project also includes the rehabilitation of the Asa Road with the laying of a new binder and street lights for the entire section of the road. In other news, Naira depreciates to the dollar. Details coming your way soon.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
watching the media news on Souq News TV. Moving now to the financial markets. The Naira weekend at the official markets trading at 1,536 Naira 89 kobo per dollar after losing 1.25%. It opened at 1,528 Naira per dollar last week, Monday. Briefly recovered midweek but faced renewed pressure by Friday due to ongoing foreign exchange challenges. The decline coincided with stalled Naira for crude negotiations between NNPCL and local refineries, while Dangote Refinery halted Naira sales of petroleum products. Despite the Central Bank of Nigeria's interventions, analysts warn of continued volatility as foreign reserves drops to $38.35 billion, with oil price fluctuations and geopolitical risks threatening further instability. In a related development, Nigerian manufacturers are struggling with rising production costs as raw material expenses surges by 88% to 2.18 trillion naira in 2024. Finance costs also jumped by 81% to 1.2 trillion naira, prompting companies to cut costs through layoffs and price increases. Analysts blame inflation, foreign exchange volatility, and higher energy costs, but expect conditions to improve in 2025 if macroeconomic stability is achieved. Despite efforts at backward integration, major consumer goods firms face ongoing financial pressures. Industry groups, including Manufacturers Association of Nigeria MAN and NASIMA, urge the government to implement policies that support local production and ease business challenges. Experts advocate for lower interest rates, better infrastructure, and increased local sourcing to reduce costs, with hopes that stabilizing inflation and exchange rates will foster a better business climate next year. Moving now to the petroleum industry, the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, has warned petrol retailers against panic buying to prevent heavy losses. This caution follows reports of fuel stockpiling after failed talks between Dangote Petroleum Refinery and the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPCL) over a Naira for crude agreement. Dangote recently suspended Naira sales of petroleum products to avoid currency mismatches, as crude oil purchases are denominated in US dollars. IPMAN's National Publicity Secretary Chinedu Ukadike criticized depot owners for profiteering and noting that fuel demand surged after Dangote's announcement. He urged marketers to exercise caution, warning that panic buying could destabilize the economy and worsen market conditions. Return clarified that a student loan scheme is currently only available for undergraduates, excluding postgraduate students. Managing Director Akintunde Sawyer explained that the focus is on first-time degree seekers who need financial support the most. However, he hinted that postgraduate students may become eligible in the future as the scheme expands. Since its launch in May 2024, the Student Loan Program has supported over 271,000 students, with more applications to be processed. Sawyer assured that the fund is committed to transparent disbursement and developing a structured repayment plan. Talking food safety, the CEO of Food.com Academy Services, Mr. Razak Oke, has commended recent efforts to ease product registration for small and medium enterprises (SMEs). Speaking on Souq News Front Burner Breakfast Show, he explained that under new guidelines, SMEs can now register their products with fewer requirements, even when operating from a single room.
This, when you want to set up a food processing plant, they will expect you to have 5 different rooms: production, storage, the convenience, the staff changing room, almost 5. So people are finding it difficult, especially the SMEs. And during the last regime, and Professor Oshibanjo was one that headed that committee on how to ease business situation. So NAFDAC has simplified it. So it's only that people doesn't want to go through that route. You can establish, you can get a NAFDAC number for your product, especially the SME. You know, you have the nano, the micro, you have the small. If you have a business where you are going to be employ about 2 staff, and you are going to be doing potato chips or plantain chips, it's easier for you to get NAFDAC number. I know what I'm saying. Even in one room, it's easier. It's only because people doesn't want to go it. NAFDAC has done it in such a way you don't even need to go through a NAFDAC certified consultant. The present DG has erased them, they have cancelled them. You can do it. Even they simplify that, even in a room, the utensils you want to use to produce all these little ones, I'm talking of these plantain chips and all this one, your own kitchen in the house,